looking nice. I ain't been outside since, but
yeah,
it's supposed to be in the 70s this weekend, if I saw that correctly.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, no, that's next week. Mid 60s, and then, man, that's what the hell I'm talking about. 70, 72, 72, 72, 70, 72. Tuesday through Sunday.
That's where we're at, folks. We're talking about the weather. It's the state of D-Lo and KC here.
That's all we got. Well, how much?
Sure is nice outside, huh?
So, just a quick update. Shout out to Pluto TV. I really love Pluto TV. I think you've heard me talk about this before. It is one of the great hidden gems in all of entertainment. Pluto TV. Get that app. They don't pay me either. They have a channel on there called Black Cinema. And last night I stumbled into Belly.
Good stuff. It reminds me why Black History Month is so fantastic. All of the companies curate their black stuff. And put it so you go to HBO Max and you click Black History Month, and it's everything you've ever wanted in life. Like, it is all right there.
I feel like Xfinity is the king of that.
I say that because Belly was there, and I was like, oh, I haven't watched Belly. Like,
did you watch it?
No. I was like, I kind of want to watch it just to watch the opening scene. That's all I really want to see.
Belly is an iconic movie. Iconic movie. It is very cool to see everything that was put together for that movie. It is a horrible movie. It is terrible. The storyline, all that other stuff, garbage. The flow, what's happening from scene to scene, the acting by everybody involved, garbage.
Yeah. It's like The Wiz. The Wiz is trash. Just realized something as that intro played here, and we've got our, alert set on for certain NBA insiders, and we see that there are trades happening around the National Basketball Association. I realized the only thing that is going to outlast this intro, which has been on since day one of D-Lo and KC, is Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley in Sacramento Kings uniforms. No, we welcome you in here.
We joked about that a few weeks ago.
It's not so funny now, is it?
It's looking really real.
It's not so. We joked about it. It's not so funny now, is it? It's not so funny now, is it?
Oh man!
Welcome to the Friday.
They ain't laughing either, by the way.
Ain't nobody. No, they're not.
They're not laughing.
They like your man in The Wire on the meme when they got that alert. They were like, oh. Word. Okay. That's man. Where we are.
Can't wait for that press release from Bagley's agent on next Friday.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fire. That's gonna be fire for sure. Welcome into D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. If you don't have a bottle, go get one. Sparkling wine is more your flavor. Go grab some Luke Belaire. Stock up on Bumbu if you're a rum drinker, because point I'm trying to make here is you're probably going to need some alcohol over the course of the next 7 days. And once we get through the next 7 days, you're probably going to need a stockpile of alcohol for the next 2.5 months. So we're trying to prepare you. We're a disaster kit here on D-Lo and KC, and that's where we begin. Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted a little bit over a half hour ago, the Clippers are trading Eric Bledsoe, Justice Winslow, Keon Johnson in a future second-round pick to the Portland Trailblazers for two names that have been loosely mentioned with the Sacramento Kings, Norman Powell and the often mentioned Robert Covington. Has anyone checked on Tim Maxwell, by the way? Wasn't this Tim Maxwell?
This is his guy?
Well, he has a tier of Monty McNair's trade deadline where it's like, okay, tier 1, we're going to get an all-star. Tier 2, we're going to get something tier 3, and then it ends with, after it was like 5 tiers or something, it ends with, ladies and gentlemen, welcome your newest Sacramento King, Robert Covington.
Never happened. No, he was probably close. He was probably close. That was a good guess by him.
We need who knew at the time that Tim Maxwell crafted that tweet that the correct final tier is, ladies and gentlemen, there are no new Sacramento Kings. Please welcome Bob Woodard to the starting lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Woodard.
I see a lot of people talking about how bad of a trade this is for Portland. I don't necessarily think so.
Portland doesn't want to be here.
They don't want, and they got the founder of the I Don't Want to Be Here club, Eric Bledsoe.
In fact, they do.
But
Eric Bledsoe has found his soulmate.
I look at this Portland situation. Like right now, that hurts. But like you just mentioned, they don't care about right now. Moving on from Norman Powell, who was a really good ball player, and he's really going to help the Clippers out. It's a good deal for both teams, really. Moving on from him allows them to have some flexibility to get, my boy, Anthony Simons, because that was going to be an issue in the summer, having the money to make sure he comes back. So now I have money to get Anthony Simons. And I like them taking a chance on Keon Johnson. I liked Keon Johnson coming out of Tennessee. And if in some of those KC mocks, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, I don't know. I mentioned his name. I don't know if I had him directly linked to the Kings, but I had my eye on him, man. So that's a good look for Portland for the future. Right now, the Clippers got better, and having Norman Powell to go along with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard when they come back, whether it's this year or next year, that's going to be a good look as well.
And shout out to Ty Lue, man, for keeping this team above water.
He's done a great job.
At least breathing.
Always he was a great coach.
Oh, Kenny just up here telling lies. It's fine. It's whatever, man. Kenny just up here telling lies to people. That's fine. I'm just glad you finally came around on Ty Lue because he's done a hell of a job. The team is still trying. There's no Kawhi Leonard. I don't think there's going to be a Paul George. I think this whole season is just a wash for them. But you still have this group in Los Angeles fighting. Mm-hmm. They probably don't have a draft pick this year, so there's no incentive for them to lose a bunch of games. But there's also no incentive for them. This isn't a team that's coming out of the Western Conference. So they're trying to make the most of the season, trying to get some growth out of the guys that they've got there in hopes of building something and just inserting Paul George and Kawhi Leonard into this mix next year. But shout out to Ty Lue for doing a hell of a job with the Los Angeles Clippers. And shout out to the Portland Trailblazers who just continue to reiterate what we were talking about. They don't want to be here. They're thinking about now, okay, how do we impress Dame Dollar? How do we get things all set for, his return if that's this year? And how do we make sure everybody is in a nice, comfortable place headed into the offseason?
Yeah.
Let's call Sacramento.
What they want? They want Buddy Hield? He needs that elite shooting next to him.
It don't matter. I think the only thing there was Norman Powell and Robert Covington, right? I mean, they're not calling Sacramento to trade C.J. McCollum. Well,
Nurkic. Okay. And I don't know if I want Nurkic. I'm just saying that's their other move.
I would have rather had the other two than Yusuf Nurkic.
Yeah, no, I mean, Norman Powell for sure. Covington, I like Covington. Covington's, he's cool. He's cool. Shot. But Norman Powell that's the guy.
Yeah, you can go. By the way, the Kings lost last night. Kings lost to the Warriors 126-114. I know you don't. It was fun while it lasted, though. We had the chance to talk about some positive stuff. And the truth is, we are going to talk about some positive things today because I don't care if De'Aaron Fox was there last night. I don't care. Most situations, the Kings are going to beat the Warriors. Mm-hmm. That's not the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's not the Houston Rockets. That's not the Detroit Pistons. That's the second best team in basketball right now. That was their 8th straight win. They won their 7th straight game playing nobody. They played the backup guys and they were able to beat San Antonio. They actually played Steph and Clay last night. And Clay, I swore Clay went for 90. I guess he didn't. He only went for 23. He only played 23 minutes. but it sure felt like in the moment that he was going for 90.
It absolutely felt like that. It felt like he had 37 in the second quarter again.
Oh my
Well, it
God.
was the third quarter last time, but
We're getting
the second quarter
flashbacks.
yesterday.
We're getting flashbacks. It's like, oh, he's up to 17. All right, we're a ways away. That 37 isn't exactly knocking on the door. But he was hot, and you know what it was too, man. He was hot and he was hyped. That's what I think
Clay
it was.
Is super animated since he's returned.
Well, he's probably happy to be back.
I don't blame him. It's just different from how he was, more times than not.
A little more
before.
stoic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now he'll yell at the crowd. He'll jump up and down, pump his fists, all that other stuff.
You don't know what you got till it's
gone. I wanted
to
knock him down.
Yeah, no one was there to do that. Yeah. No one was there to.
They're gonna be running into the courtside seats next to our bench, hyping them up, pumping them up in the second quarter. Come to the lane, Clay. Come to the lane.
Oh, don't. Why is that? Why is that the answer to everything? Why do all you guys, you, Drapes, Matt Barnes, y'all always talking about hit somebody, make them feel you. Take a Drape says, give him a shot. Why is that the answer to everything? I got an idea. I know this is out there. I don't know, play defense. I don't know, get up in his grill a little bit. Why Kenny? Why is the answer with you always violence?
It's not always violence.
just in certain situations, it brings the violent out of you.
Be a little late on getting around that screen next time, Davion. Send him my way. I'll meet him in the paint.
I can guarantee you, ain't nobody on the Kings saying that.
No.
Ain't nobody on the Kings saying that, man. No. And hey, let's be real. Like Clay had a night, man. The team shot 23s. I thought it was the bench that ate up the Sacramento Kings yesterday.
Kuminga was a problem. Damian Lee, did Damian Lee start? Maybe he was a bench guy, but he had some big shots.
Yeah, I thought the bench played really well.
I thought it was the combination of Clay, Kuminga, and Damian Lee that just really did them in.
Okay.
Really did them in.
That's fine. I thought Jordan Poole played well while he was out there. I mean,
he did okay. That's my boy, Michigan man. Jordan Poole. But there was a couple times he was a little out of control.
Kings kind of, yeah, there were. There were a handful of times. Kings kind of hung around like they, I think, what was the lead up to? I think it was 26 at one point. It was a pretty big lead.
It looked like it was going to get crazy.
It looked like one of those. It looked like it was going to be one of those nights. Yeah, the Warriors' biggest lead was 26. I never thought the Kings were going to win, but I appreciated the fact that I think they got within 12. Like it was the old, Mark Jones line. All right, the Sacramento Kings are heating up. We'll be right back. The lead is down to 15. It was one of those deals, and it's like, all right.
They actually made it a game until the Warriors ran away from them again at the end of the third. But I think it got down to 7.
Oh, did it get that close? Okay.
Yeah, it got down to 7.
I just know I never felt like they were going to get over the hump. I just thought, okay, yeah. You've cut this lead down. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last time this happened, you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You just said the hell with it and lost by 53.
And really the X factor in that particular game, I thought, was just the 3-point shooting. I mean,
they shot like
not only were they making a lot, 47.6. Not only were they making a lot, but they were also efficient. And I'm not saying the Kings played a good game or, this great game or anything like that, but the Warriors are hitting like that. There's not much a lot of teams can do to stop them if they're hitting threes. I like you. I like some of the competitiveness I saw from this team. They kept going. They kept fighting. And that was good to see as opposed to what we saw a little bit in that road trip.
That's such a shame. That's what we're talking about.
It is. It's embarrassing.
We're happy that they didn't roll over and die. Like that should be an everyday occurrence. No, we lost. We didn't roll it. We're gonna fight. That's what Alvin. poor Alvin, team loses by 12 and see, we didn't quit. Like I told you guys, we're trying here. We didn't quit. And part of the reason they didn't quit is because Davion Mitchell had a career night against the Golden State Warriors, and he had a career night because De'Aaron Fox didn't play again. So we've got plenty of time to dive into that. Trysta Krick's going to be with us. I have to check on Trysta. She's a Portland Trailblazers girl, so we'll see how she is holding up after this.
It seems like one of those people that are just like, whatever, it's over.
Well, we'll find out. She joins us at 2. Kyle Madson's going to join us. Unlike my partner insinuated yesterday, Kyle Madson is in fact not dead. He is alive and well. Spoke to him this morning.
Kyle, just one more time.
He'll be with us to recap the 49ers season, look ahead a little bit, and then James Ham for the final hour of the show. That's all coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Michael, I don't know either, pal. Don't know either.
I don't know.
It is what it is. You can like it or love it. It feels good to put 50 grand and think nothing of it. Happy birthday. I had this earlier on Twitter, but happy birthday, DeJuan Wagner. Man, DeJuan Wagner was supposed to be next. And he played well at Memphis, and he did at Memphis, University of Memphis. And then he went to Cleveland, did some stuff, but he had a spinal injury. Didn't he? I think he hurt his spine. I know TJ Ford hurt his spine too. I think DeJuan Wagner had a really bad spinal injury, so never really got an opportunity to show all his talents. I forgot exactly what the injury was. He got hurt. I know that. He wasn't just a flat out bust. He hurt himself pretty seriously.
Oh, Trysta quote tweeted us. Can you guys distract me from my pain? I'm relying on you to help me through this dark time.
She is hurt. Wasn't expecting this.
It appears she is hurt. Yes. Like, young lady, do you know where we are? Trysta. Oh, Trysta. We are the laughing stock of the league.
Stop it.
Not even the Kings would make this deal.
Stop it, Trysta. Stop it. Cole, yep, I saw that too. Shout out to Killer Cam. Happy birthday. Killer Cam, much like myself. Well, I don't think he got Invisalign. I think he got.
I don't even know what was going to come out of your mouth next, but Killer Cam, much like myself, is a fantastic start to the sentence.
Well, I was going to say, much like myself, got rid of the gap, but I don't think he got Invisalign. I think he got veneers. That would be my guess.
I saw something big was presented by Invisalign the other day, and it stunned me. I was like, what? It was something. I don't know if it was it might have been halftime in the NFC Championship. I don't remember what it was, but it was presented by Invisalign. I was like, oh wow, okay.
Invisalign getting my money every month.
I did it the hard way. I had them damn things on
the
my
metal
teeth.
joints.
Yeah, man.
But that was, I think, I'm assuming at the time, Invisalign was more expensive, or at least it seemed more expensive, right?
Well, I had an endorsement at KSFM. I actually did an endorsement for an orthodontist. That was one of the most successful endorsements. Before McQueen, it was one of the most successful endorsements I've ever had.
Oh boy, Damian could have got, he doesn't need them, but he could have got veneers. He could have got golds.
Man. Well, the endorsement went so well. He was like, hey, anyone you know who wants braces, send them here. We'll get them taken care of.
Wow. That's what's up.
I have a permanent retainer behind my teeth.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. I don't think I'm going with the permanent retainer. Because number one, you can't chew gum, can you?
Oh, you can.
You can?
Mm-hmm. The only thing that's difficult is flossing. So it's easy. It's better to get a water pick. But it's only across 4 teeth at the bottom.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just get the
It broke once too.
take it in and
Oh,
take
that
it
was
out.
mad.
Oh no, I don't want.
I was like, hey, I need y'all to get me in, like, because it's like, yeah, no good.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take it in and out.
All right.
But now they got the
I feel like
I don't know if
Invisalign
it's now, but they got Invisalign for like kids can get them. I always thought it was an adult thing, but kids now can get the Invisalign. No disrespect taken. Yeah, I just like the hats. I wear any Major League Baseball hat aside from a Dodgers hat. Anybody else is fair game. If I like the hat, I'll rock it. Dodgers hat is the only no.
This is on air worthy. It's Friday. What the fuck? We'll save it.
Favorite Twins player all time, Torrey Hunter.
Tina Charles to the Phoenix Mercury. My man Mike couldn't keep her. That stinks. Yes, indeed. Live on the Odyssey app, live on YouTube, live on Twitch, and live on Facebook as well. You can watch the show in addition to listen to it. You can listen on demand. You can subscribe to the podcast, or you could just set your alarm and be with us here Monday through Friday, noon to 4. Fridays are always fun. They're always busy. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Normally, I say that first pour is coming up at 4. But I've had 2 first pours already this week. One after our interesting show on Tuesday, and another one last night, because why not? But the third is coming. I might go. I've gone McQueen twice. I might go Bumbu tonight. We'll see.
When my cousin came to town Tuesday night, he hadn't had a lot of the other stuff yet. We just had a little taste tester. You know, we had the Bayon, we had the cream, we had the Bumbu. We had some McQueen. He hadn't had the McQueen yet. So we had that. We just had a little taste tester. He had more than I did. I knew that's not where I wanted to go on a Tuesday.
We're built differently, fam. We're built differently. By the way, I noticed a week before the Super Bowl, a little over a week before the Super Bowl, Dr. Dre dropped a couple of records.
He did.
3 songs dropped today, or 3 that I saw. I don't know. I'm confused. Maybe y'all could hit me to this. Is Dre dropping an album, or is he dropping something related to the video game?
What video game?
Because I think if I'm not mistaken, the title on the album, or at least the cover art of the single, is like Grand Theft Auto or something like that. Let me double check. So there's Grand Theft Auto, The Contract. So I don't know. I'm not a video game guy.
Yeah, that's my assumption.
Okay.
I don't think he's coming with an album. Have you ever played
he dropped. Man, shoot. I thought he dropped 3 records. He in fact did not. He dropped like 5.
Have you ever played the Dr. Dre game?
I don't believe I have.
You know,
I don't.
You know what the Dr. Dre game is?
I don't think so.
Dr. Dre game is you listen to his new music, new album, and you try to guess who wrote each song. Who wrote the lyrics on each song?
But what new album are you speaking of? Like how many?
What was that? I think it was entitled Compton
It was straight out of Compton.
Straight out of Compton album. Yeah. So you go down that and you're like, sounds like Eminem wrote that one. That's Snoop. Listen how Dre raps.
Compton is Kendrick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kendrick got him on that one. Ooh, sounds like it might have been a little Royce the 5'9" there. Yeah, you just go down there, and you can tell by the way he raps who wrote a song, said song. There was something that I didn't know for a long time. I've known for a long time.
Dr. Dre is in fact not a doctor.
I I wasn't sure.
Okay.
All right, you just said Santa Claus wasn't real just now.
Yeah.
But I didn't know for a long time that Jay-Z wrote Still Dre.
I don't think I knew that either.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's one of I think that's one of the underrated Dre songs of all time. People always talk about Next Episode when they talk about Chronic 2001. Still Dre is.
And to be a stickler, isn't it called Still DRE?
Still DRE. You are being a stickler.
Being difficult just for the sake of being difficult. I didn't know that he wrote that song.
Yeah, Jay wrote that. Jay, like, I mean, everybody, it's not a secret, but Jay wrote a lot of stuff. Jay wrote, he wrote a good amount of Foxy stuff, Lil' Kim stuff.
He wrote The College Dropout, didn't he?
I haven't heard that, but I can believe it.
I think he wrote,
what's his
maybe
name?
not all of it, but.
What's my man's name out of Chicago? I don't think it was Consequence. It's the other guy. He wrote a lot of Ye stuff.
Okay.
For that album.
I don't know who's writing Davion Mitchell's script right now, man, but dude is balling. Again, silver linings, moral victories, whatever. It's difficult to find a reason to watch the Sacramento Kings on a night-to-night basis other than we're goofball fans of this franchise. And I think one thing to hold on to absolutely is the fact that Davion Mitchell is making the most of his time in the starting lineup. And a career night against a team like the Golden State Warriors last night, in which De'Aaron Fox, since again, and I guess the gimmick is now we're just doing game time decisions day after day after day. We're heading to a game on Saturday against the Oklahoma City Thunder at the Golden One Center. We'll get into the De'Aaron Fox perspective about this later. I want to focus on Davion Mitchell and the fact that this dude is starting to play major minutes with De'Aaron Fox out, with Terrence Davis gone, unfortunately, for the season. Davion's making the most of his time.
He absolutely is, man. And I got to tip my hat to you and give you your flowers here, because when earlier this week, I felt like, I don't even know if it was last week. I think it was earlier this week. We brought up Davion Mitchell and what he could be. And I kind of lowballed him about what his ceiling could be and what he could be as a player. And you said, hold on, Casey, maybe it's just as simple as he needs more consistent minutes, a more consistent role, and you could see that production go up. And it looks like you were spot on. It wasn't the points per game per se that had me doing it. It was the shooting percentages that had me worried. But you mentioned it. Matt Barnes mentioned it yesterday when he came on the show, having the confidence that, hey, if I miss a shot or two, I can still get them up. I don't have to shy away from my next opportunities. Yeah. It seems like maybe, hopefully, that's all he needed to go out there and shoot the ball with a little more confidence and be more productive. So you had that spot on from the start when it was brought up the other day.
I love that you brought that up with Matt Barnes yesterday, because it's another player saying how important knowing what your role is going to be. Mm-hmm. Like when you're just going out there and you're sporadically getting DMP CDs, or you're kind of in for 5 minutes, the next game you're in for 25 minutes. It's difficult to establish a rhythm. But and I think what Matt was pointing out yesterday is difficult to establish confidence in that sense. Mm-hmm. And it feels like Davion is playing with a ton of confidence right now. 916-349 1320. Our man Lizzie trying to get in here on a Friday. Lizzie, what's good, baby?
D-Lo, Casey, what's good, man? Happy Friday, guys.
What's going on, Lizzie?
What's going on? Casey, man, you stole my thunder, brother. I was just calling and said, yeah, Jay-Z wrote Still Dre. You're right about that. You got a whole YouTube video on that. And D-Lo, yeah, those records Dr. Dre dropped were for GTA. It's a whole big collaboration.
Okay.
But anyway, I called in to talk about the Kings. First things first, I want to shout out E-Biz. He's a big Warriors fan. I know he loved the game last night. His Warriors won. But anyway, it was good seeing Davion Mitchell finally get some minutes and show that he can actually play. He struggled a lot this year. And, kind of going back to the poll you had yesterday, I was one of the people that voted for, let the young guys play. And whatever happens. Tyrese Haliburton, he's going to learn he has to be the man. He can't rely on Fox to be his crutch. He's got to be aggressive. And it was good seeing Davion play good on both ends of the floor, not just on defense.
Okay. I always love how jovial Lizzie sounds when he calls. Hi, guys.
Good
Happy
vibes.
Friday.
Good mood.
Oh,
Good
I was
mood
goddamn
from
good vibes.
I was chuckling because I thought he took a shot at E-Biz, but he didn't. He said somebody. Did he say E-Biz?
He did say E-Biz.
I
No.
thought he did.
That's the thing. E-Biz versus Lizzie is the.
I thought he took a shot when he said he's a Warriors fan.
There's two chat house battles going on. E-Biz versus Lizzie and Mr. X versus the entire chat house. So it's a handicap match over there, and with that one.
It's the unsolicited shot at E-Biz.
I do want to clarify. I did pose a question in the resounding poll result to the poll was at this point in the season, what would you prefer? The options were Kings win. The other option, one of the other options were play the young guys, see what happens. I want to be clear. I wasn't referring to Tyrese Haliburton. I wasn't even referring to Davion Mitchell. I was referring to Bob and Jamias
Right.
and Namias Keita.
Right.
Those are the young guys. Davion ain't going nowhere. Tyrese ain't. I wasn't referring to them, though they're obviously going to play. I was referring to Namias Keita and Louis the King and Robert Woodard and Ramsey and those guys. That's what I meant by young players.
And it's like when you say, when people say the young guys or they agree with that, I was kind of more on your type. I was like, I don't know if I need to see Bob and Ramsey and those guys play. Like,
maybe I should. Maybe if
I
had
more power to them, but I don't know if I need to go down that road.
Maybe if I had clarified, the poll result would have been different. People think, yeah, I want to see Davion. Let's go. I want to see Davion and Tyrese. No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Because I was about to ask the question. I was like, who's young?
Right.
Who the young guy? They don't have them guys on the roster.
That's it.
It's Tyrese and Davion. So I mean, I definitely. And Kate is another one. Kate is considered a young guy, as John Rambo mentioned.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind seeing
Keita, Louis the King. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I understand the premise of saying let the young guys play or whatever and see what happens. But at the same time, I want to see. I think you can have the super young guy, like the guys that you really look at as your future, play young guys, Tyrese, Davion, and mix them in with a veteran, whether it's the people that are still here or if you bring somebody else in. You can get a look at what those guys can do with some other better players around them and be able to say, hey, I like what we got in Tyrese last night, seeing Davion. I like what we got in Davion. That's a building block. That's a potential building block after what we've seen for the last 5 games or so with him getting consistent minutes. I think you can do that. Like the other question was like play with young guys and hope we win. Like I think you can play. I think there's benefit to playing with young guys and hoping you win.
Okay. There's benefit to playing with Davion Mitchell. I know that. And that's what I'm riding with, man. The way that Davion is playing is tremendous. Unfortunately, I feel like Tyrese kind of fell back into that mode of not being aggressive. And I think we've talked about this before because the question, De'Aaron and Tyrese. And you said, since we're just giving roses to each other, you kind of said from jump, this isn't a fit problem. This isn't a De'Aaron problem. This is Tyrese.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes Tyrese just isn't aggressive enough, and we always point to the soundbite. People have been telling me my whole career to shoot more. It's like, oh, here you are, your second year in the league, and you're still not doing it.
Yeah.
All right, I guess that's not changing. And then we saw a game last night where he wasn't aggressive again.
Yeah, and last night, if you look at the numbers, one part says he just didn't shoot the ball well. He was 3 of 11, finished with 10 points, but I don't know if that necessarily tells the whole story. I'll look, to double check on this, but it feels like that, like 11 shots isn't bad. That's okay. That's fine. Like you probably want more with De'Aaron Fox out or whatever, but that's fine. but it feels like the majority of those 11 shots came later in the game, right? Like we needed him to come out and recognize what was going on, guns are blazing, and ready to help this team stay afloat. As I look, he took 3 shots in the first half. Like that's not what I want to see from Tyrese, And I think off the top of my head, let me see if I can pull it up. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking he might have had 4 of the 8 in the fourth quarter of that game. He took 5 shots in the fourth quarter. So for the first 3 quarters of that game, he only shot the ball 6 times.
Yeah.
While it was still a game, while it was still in the balance. So I like to see him be more aggressive early on. I know just how he is, the type of player he is, he's going to get people involved. That's just, he doesn't have to hone in on that. Like, oh, let me sacrifice my shooting because I want to get other people involved. That's just how you do naturally, Tyrese. I want to see him kind of flip that. Let me get my shot going because I know I'm going to start distributing. I already know that's happening. Let me make sure my shots get going.
Especially when you don't have because I always hear the guy that you have to get going is the big dude, because the big dude is down there fighting and working, and they're playing in the most physical part of the court. So if you don't get the ball to that dude early, they might just stop fighting. Like, what am I going to go down there and fight for when I'm not getting the rock?
Right, running the floor, after running quick, rim to rim, and you don't get it. Like, it slows them down a little bit. That's a theory.
It's not happening with Richaun right now, though. We'll get to that in a second. But there's no one on this team, even when Richaun is cooking, there's probably not a guy on this team that you're like, all right, let's run the play through the big. You're not running plays through Richaun, which was one of my complaints earlier. And you said, no, he gets his points in a different way. And now he doesn't get his points at all. Oof. But Tyrese don't have to look to distribute first. We're trying to get Harrison Barnes high. Like, no, Harrison he'll get it. He'll get in the flow. Like he's got in the flow last night. Looked fantastic. I'm with you in the sense I'd like to see Tyrese be more aggressive offensively first than be a distributor first.
And that's the reason why, a lot of people think when I talk about players or prospects or people I want, I'm only looking at offense because that's the only way to prove that if somebody's good. That's not the case. Like this team, Tyrese, if De'Aaron Fox is here or not here, it doesn't matter. I'm not comfortable relying on Tyrese Haliburton to score, to be my second leading scorer or even third leading scorer, because I don't think that's in his nature. In a perfect scenario, you'd have other scorers around him and he'd find his way. Where if he find his way and he has 21 points, cool. If he find his way and has 7 points, that doesn't cripple you. That doesn't end your chances of winning. That's why I want more scoring around him to help complement what he does. And last night was one of those scary times, right? Because when he's not looking for a shot, he's not being aggressive, especially when you need it. You got 20 points a game out of the lineup. You need not only for Davion to have, a 20-point game, you need one from Tyrese. He wasn't in the scoring mode last night early on enough.
And there was no good buddy last night.
No.
Or as James and Sean would say, it was die by the buddy last night. Though I'd argue they didn't die by the buddy healed last night. They just didn't live by the buddy.
They just existed by the buddy.
But that's right. It just existed. Have we talked about Damian Jones yet, by the way?
No.
Damian Jones was really good last night.
He was.
I'm sorry. Your boy.
That's my guy, Damian Jones.
Damian Jones was really good.
I was catching heat yesterday on Twitter, Damian, because I suggested, I just said, I like Damian Jones. I like what he's shown, not only this year, since he's come to Sacramento. I like Damian Jones, and I think he could be a starter in this league somewhere. Well, people didn't like that. They thought I was off my rocker or whatever the case may be. I look at him kind of like Richaun Holmes.
I was going to say, do you see that from Damian Jones because you hate Richaun Holmes?
Well, see the media. This is why I'm pulling a Julius Randle. I'm not talking to the media no more.
Oh, okay. Well, that's going to make for an interesting 3.5 hours.
But I've felt, and Richaun has kind of shown me a little bit more than I originally gave him credit for. But I
You
thought,
mean
like,
over the years?
yeah, over the years, where I always thought he was probably best as a backup big. If he was your starting center, you need a lot around him, to make that work.
Sure.
I guess you could talk about the team's record, and maybe I'm right about that. But I think he's probably a little better than even I gave him credit for. Feel the same way about Damian Jones. In a perfect situation, yeah, you'd want Damian Jones coming off your bench. But if you have enough talent around him, you can do just fine with Damian Jones as a starter in this league. You can do just fine. He has some interesting moments on the defensive end as far as just like being in the right place at the right time.
Mhm.
But he can test shots. He's a big body. He's a pretty decent rebounder. Offensively, he knows his role. Once again, Matt Barnes talked about this yesterday. He knows who he is in this league finally. And he focuses on that role. And there's times like last night when he absolutely excels in that role. So I like Damian Jones. Like I said, I feel like he could be a starter in this league at the center position.
Okay. Man, that's tough. Like, on what kind of team though? Like, I let me mention this, because you're not the only one who was singing the praises of Damian Jones. Zach Lowe was doing the same thing in trying to find a bright spot for the Sacramento Kings. He mentioned Damian Jones and how he's moved around quite a bit during his 5 seasons in the league, and it seemed to have gotten a little bit more comfortable making plays on the move in the pick and roll. And he talks about Damian Jones and his assist numbers and different things like that, his rim running, that he thinks Damian Jones is going to be a nice pickup for someone if the Kings move him here in the next 6 days or this summer.
Yeah, I wouldn't move him. I wouldn't move Damian Jones.
But you don't want Damian Jones to be like you.
I don't want him to. Like, I want him to improve that.
Well, what I
spot,
mean is,
like, look at it's hit or miss. Look at some of the starting centers in the league. Like, Looney started at center last night.
I got you.
Kevon Looney is a solid ball player. He's cool. He knows his role. He does a good job at his role. Isn't Josh Powell still starting at center? Well, maybe I guess Porzingis is technically the center in Dallas.
Porzingis ain't playing, so
yeah,
Josh Powell may very well be starting.
Starting in Dallas. Zubac starting for the Clippers. You know what I mean? Like, there's guys out there that what's my man the other day? Claxton. Then he started center for the Nets.
Phenom. Nick Claxton.
Nick Claxton.
Yeah.
Like, there are scenarios where that can happen. If I was Dallas, Brooklyn, the Warriors, would I want a better, starter at center? Absolutely. I'd love to have DeAndre Ayton or anything like that, for sure.
Yeah, I think off the top of my head, you just named a bunch of playoff teams.
But that's my point, though. Like, you
better have talent around them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, if you're relying on Damian Jones to be like one of your best 3 players, now you got a problem. Now you got a major problem.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I think there's spots for him here.
So basically what you're saying is Damian Jones is the new Richaun Holmes. Because wasn't this the same the same line with Richaun? If you land him in the right spot, he could potentially be really, really good. Well, he's pretty damn good here. He's pretty solid. We'll get to it. Was pretty good here. I don't know what the disconnect is with Richaun Holmes like right now. I don't know if it's rusty, his eye. I'm not sure what it is, man. But he is not playing like himself. Let's stop there. We'll come back. We'll talk more about Richaun Holmes. We could talk more about Damian Jones as well. And we're going to have to talk about De'Aaron Fox. He missed his 7th straight game, and more rumors, though. I don't know. It's a rumor, so we'll talk about it. It involves the New York Knicks. It involves Julius Randle. And I posted a question on YouTube about this particular rumor, and I'm kind of surprised by the results.
I'd like to hear these results. I ain't even going to look. I'm going to wait till we get back.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we return here. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Debating on whether to do the
Did I call Dwight Powell Josh Powell? Isn't Josh Powell old, like power forward? I don't know where I got Josh Powell.
That's funny. You did say Josh Powell, and I absolutely heard you say Dwight Powell. You did say Josh Powell.
The White is who I was talking about.
But all I was thinking about was Porzingis isn't playing, so it don't matter.
I think he had, who was the Powell? He had braids. I think he was like a power forward. I think that's who Josh Powell. I wasn't thinking about him, but that's.
Remember Mike Powell, the long jumper?
I don't remember Mike Powell.
You broke the.
Oh yeah, I do remember him. Yeah, he's the one that broke Beeman's record, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Beeman's jump was way prettier though. Mike Powell was like flailing.
I know who Josh Howard is. I wasn't talking about Josh Howard. I'm talking about another guy. Well, I was talking about Dwight Powell, but
Lizzie
Josh
never.
Powell, I think
Ramsey never misses an opportunity to capitalize a word in his all caps.
There's something else I was about to say. I can't remember. Well, John, if you were listening yesterday, Matt Barnes spoke about that. He spoke about how he's grown since his time with the Warriors. He kind of underachieved. Matt Barnes talked about that as well.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Well.
Now, can someone, that happened? That's not something I monitor. So can someone confirm that?
I'm not even sure how people monitor that.
You just look to see if they're following them.
Yeah, I guess so. But like who's the first person to look?
Whoever got saucy and looked. I don't know. Probably Miss P. That seems like something Miss P would do.
But yeah, I don't know. I would. It wouldn't be on my radar.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So now people are saying he never followed them in the first place.
Oh my.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on here.
He never bought in. Hey, look, De'Aaron, we'll give you $130 million, but if you don't hit that follow back, bro.
Yeah, Josh Powell. No, I wasn't thinking of him with the Mavs. I was thinking of him, I think, with the Hawks. But I know Josh Powell was like a power
Josh
forward, I think,
Smith said LeBron couldn't play in his era. Kenny, come on.
Smith, all capital Smith.
Smith, yes. Thanks, Ramsey.
Josh Powell, didn't he have braids? He would always wear straight backs. That's what I remember about him.
That's kind of funny. You can't follow them. His ankle's sore. It's funny. It's the sorest ankle of all time. The doctor said they have never seen an ankle this sore.
Quite honestly, I don't know how I still have a foot right now.
I don't. The doctor says it's amazing. It's amazing that they haven't had to amputate my foot.
There's never been an ankle more sore in my life. Nobody's ever seen an ankle more sore.
I have the sorest ankle in the history of sore ankles. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, please, here right quick, just while we're all here having a good laugh. Let's just 30 of you. All I need is 30 of you. Thumbs up. Pop. Actually, 31 to be exact, but just knock it out here real quick.
There we go. Brendan gets the job done. Yes. 10 and 11, Josh Powell.
He did have break. That's good stuff right there.
Power forward.
That's big facts.
Did he go to Arizona?
Okay, now you're really doing a lot. You're really doing a lot.
Arizona. So where's Roddy at? Arizona with a big win over UCLA last night. Good for them. I was watching that.
Can't. Come on, man. 7 more. Let's go.
That was uncalled for.
Hey, it wasn't me. That's Dr. David.
That was uncalled for by
Dr. David out there. You say one little thing. You say one little thing about who's following who's not following who, and the whole chat house run with it. I mentioned D-Lo and KC are brought to you by a lot of times we're in a Friday mood. It very much feels like the chat house is in a Friday mood here. They know D-Lo and KC is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. Right now, McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin are giving away a $500 gift card to create your ultimate big game watch party for your chance to win. Visit the contest page on ESPN1320.net. You heard that right. I know it's lame, but it is what it is. Visit the contest page on ESPN1320.net, and you'll have an opportunity to win $500 courtesy of our folks over at McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin to create your ultimate big game watch party.
Big game. Are you having a big game watch party, or are you just watching it?
I'm watching it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna create a big game halftime party though.
Yeah, that's gonna be lit. Throw on that surround sound, get it popping. But yeah, I'm not in the mood for any kind of damn party.
Celebration of football.
Yeah, no.
You do not want to watch you do not want to have a bunch of people over to watch the Rams in the Super Bowl.
No, absolutely not.
Understandable.
Not interested.
Completely understandable.
It's interesting how that goes though, because if that, if the Niners would have missed the playoffs, like I would have had time to like get to the point where I look forward and was enjoying the Super Bowl. Kind of like last year, right? Like last year I was like, cool.
Would it matter? Would it matter if it wasn't the Rams? Like if the 49ers had made the playoffs, but let's say they lost in the divisional round, and it's anyone. It's Green Bay. Well, maybe that's not a good example.
Nah, it's literally just the time. The
Too
time.
close.
That's all it is. Yeah.
The wound is still open.
Yeah.
No need to drop the salt in it. I got it. I understand.
Because I'm trying to think, what was the other one? Yeah, the other one wasn't. It was a time situation when the Seahawks were in it the first time. I just was not interested in watching the Super Bowl with anybody. Like I just watched it at home. The second time I went, it wasn't a party, a little mini parties. A couple people were over there. I went for that one because the Niners were long gone that year by the time the Seahawks went to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But the first year was after the Crabtree game.
Who was talking about you? It's not exactly on page 1, so sometimes it takes.
Who was talking about you?
I'm not sure.
Damn it.
Sure. Here was Richard Sherman's response.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
I love that. I love that drop. Like that is the whiniest. Like man, like Penny. No.
Oh, Penny.
I mean, I'm happy he did it because it's.
Stop disrespecting me, bro. Like, don't do that.
It's given some fun sound
Cracks
here.
me up every time.
But his whole like that is like, oh, like such a whiny.
The Air Penny ones were supposed to come out this week and they didn't. I'm trying to figure out what happened with that.
Oh my! Oh, look into that.
Yeah,
Do you need another? Do you need another delivery coming to your house?
No, I do not.
Okay. Good answer, buddy. Good answer. Do we need De'Aaron Fox to play ever?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
It'd be really nice.
Has the sorest ankle of all time as he missed his 7th straight game with the sore ankle. Thus, hey, as my partner said last week, make lemonade out of lemonade. Like we've been able to get a good solid look at Davion Mitchell with De'Aaron out, but it's kind of like, okay, wait a minute. Okay, seriously, what are we doing? We're approaching 2 weeks now that you haven't played from an injury that nobody saw, and we can't get clarification on it, from an injury that your coach said wasn't that big of a deal, from an injury that you kind of sort of laughed off during your media availability the other day. Like, What's happening right now?
Mhm.
Now I wish it was simple as, I really do wish we were a normal NBA franchise where it would just be like, oh, man, that's a bummer. Something's up with De'Aaron's ankle. That's no good. Okay. All right. Let's see what happens. But no, we're not a normal franchise. We're not a normal fan base. The trade deadline is approaching. We've got conspiracies abound all over the place. And De'Aaron's just like, yeah, my ankle's sore. Getting his workouts in, game time decision. We ain't gonna know nothing about Saturday till Saturday at 5:30. Game time decision every game. That's just how it works.
And I don't know if this matters at all to the players or not or anything like that, but they seem like they won't know until 5:30 on Saturday.
It does.
Right.
It very much does feel like
They're
that.
like, man, is De'Aaron here? Is he playing? I don't know. Like that has to be. I don't know. Maybe they're professionals and it's the NBA and they take it all in stride, but that has to be a little weird. You know what I'm saying? Like that can't help anything.
I don't imagine it does. I have a theory, and it's just a theory. Let me propose, because what if the Kings are trading De'Aaron? Right, that's a theory people have. Oh, they're sitting him till the deadline. De'Aaron's ankles got tradenitis. Heard all of that. I've heard all of that stuff, right? What I'm proposing is just another conspiracy theory. I sat down with Oliver Stone and we crafted this out.
Oliver Stone.
What if De'Aaron went to Monty and said, bro, do something now. And until you do, my ankle hurts. But do something. I'm tired of going in front of the media and not being able to call out my teammates. I'm tired of going out there on the floor and playing with dudes who forget what they're supposed to do the second we break the huddle. I'm tired of going out there and playing with dudes who can't remember A, B from C or D. Do something, and until you do, my ankle hurts.
That's not. First of all, that's not out of the realm of possibility.
Just another.
It's a conspiracy theory. You know, broadcast journalism, just bringing it. You know, what if to the forefront.
And we're just workshopping here on the air. We're trying to figure this all out together.
But I mean, it's not the craziest thing in the world, right? Like I can see somebody doing that. I can see somebody that may be at their wits' end or may be upset doing that. Is it the best look? Nah, I don't think so. I think he'd have some people behind him and people that understand it. But I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of what people think they should do or shouldn't do, your team, one of your goals is still in play. And to prove a point, you want to do that? Like that's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. I ain't gonna lie, that'd be kind of, I understand the player's thought process if they were to do that. Not to go Bill Parcells and call him the player. I'm just saying in general. I understand any player's thought process behind doing that. I don't know if I'd be all the way good with them actually executing it that way.
I can't lie. That's my favorite conspiracy theory so far. That's the one that turns De'Aaron babyface right there. That's like, okay. Monty sitting around doing nothing? Okay. Put the pressure on him. By the way, it's been 2 weeks. Monty still ain't done nothing. So obviously he ain't too worried. If that's the case, if any of this is real, Monty obviously ain't too worried about whether De'Aaron Fox plays or not, because he hasn't. If there was any validity to that conspiracy theory, nothing's happened.
How about this? Adding on to that, to the premise of the conspiracy theory, start calling these people out. Make it uncomfortable. You either get with it or have. I'm just throwing out a name out here. I think this is the first one to get. You call out Buddy Hield publicly, and Buddy was like, I don't want to deal with it. Get me out of here. I don't want to play now. I was like, good. Now I'll play. You don't want to be on the court. Now I'll play. Or, Mo Harkless or anybody like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, do something different other than not playing. I think that should be the last resort if that's what he was doing. We're not saying he is. Just
there's also another flaw in this premise, and I want to mention Miss P here. Miss P says she's throwing a party when this 24 is traded. Miss P, that's a party you're never having. Because Buddy Hield is going to be a Sacramento King for life. So I know you party. We follow your IG stories. That's a part. You're gonna have to find another reason to party because 24 will be in that Kings uniform, like Chris Webber said, forever. Now the other issue is with De'Aaron in this latest discussion, this latest conspiracy theory here. De'Aaron want to call somebody out? It's fine. Okay. Kids, earmuffs. De'Aaron's defense is ass. How you gonna call somebody out?
Mm-hmm.
Like I died a brutal death defending De'Aaron's defense earlier this year. I mean, died. And you gonna call somebody out? Okay. You telling me your defense is that bad because of everybody else? I don't think so, bro.
And to me, that's one of the reasons. It's not always the reason, but one of the reasons people don't be calling people out.
Yeah.
Because once you do that, the spotlight is on you. The magnifying glass is on you. The microscope is on you and what you're doing and what you're bringing to the table. And some people don't want that smoke. So they say, I don't want to be held to the same standard that I'm trying to hold everybody else to. So I'll just remain quiet. Just let the chips fall where they may. That sometimes is the case as well.
I feel like, man, as most Kings conversation can be, this feels like deja vu. Didn't we have a conversation about players not saying anything because they don't want that smoke?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we used to have a drop that we would play right here from Mr. Grimm before our program director told us that's going to cost us $50,000 every time you do that, and we had to stop playing it?
Yeah,
talking about wanting that smoke. This team don't want that smoke.
Nah, I don't.
Not even within its own locker room, they don't want that smoke.
And you know what? You know, I continue to be respectful of De'Aaron Fox, the player, the person, because, and I say to say, he said he hurt his ankle. That's what he said, and that's where I leave it at. But I'm not gonna. Also, not gonna play the audience like fools either. I'd be lying if I said it doesn't seem odd to me. Like it's odd. The whole thing is odd. It's really strange. You got a sore ankle, and you're out 2 weeks. And I just went back and looked at that Pistons game and like the final moments. He was just around there making play. He could have rolled it and still played through some pain. But there was no gimp. There was no limp. He was out there making plays, crossing people over, attacking the basket. Everything looked fine. So it's just odd, man. We like I can sit up here and say I have respect for what he says, and I'm not trying to call him out or anything like that. But we also can't play stupid and act like it does not look strange.
I do believe De'Aaron's ankles is sore. I also believe it was sore 4 weeks ago. And 6 weeks ago and 8 weeks ago. I don't believe anything happened over the course of the last 2 weeks. I got to Milwaukee and just decided, maybe it's too sore today. And I ain't here to deal with this. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. My man Kamara Williams, host of the Uncultured Bias podcast, and a frustrated Kings fan in Orlando. He's going to join us coming up at 1:30, though. I'm sure he'll throw in some of his frustrations about the Sacramento Kings. He calls the show pretty regularly. He's a lawyer. He's been reading through the Brian Flores lawsuit, and he's going to bring us some notes on that. Trysta Krick's going to be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Kyle Madson right after that. And then James Ham will spend the final 3 o'clock hour with us. And it's Friday. We may just turn James loose. We may just turn James loose and see what happens. He got going earlier in the week and everybody ate that up. So it's like, okay.
James is cooking.
Indeed he was. 916-349-1320. Our man Buddha here on the line. Buddha, what's happening, baby?
What's up, fellas? Good to talk to you guys again, man.
Always.
What's up, Buddha?
Basically, I want to talk about what y'all was talking about right now. Y'all was talking about De'Aaron Fox. He could be sitting out because he asked for help.
Mm.
Yeah, basically, it was a tweet that I was talking about, and it was Derrick Rose, and it was John Morant. And I basically was saying, it was a comment. It was basically a shout out to Fox because he did the same type numbers last year.
Mm-hmm.
But, basically, Ja, he be getting so much praise because he got a team around him. And it was a comment in there, and it was saying that when Ja went out, his team basically went on like a 10-game winning streak. When Fox goes out, what happens? And Fox's wife liked the liked one of the comments,
Mm-hmm.
and it was saying basically get him some help. So, I mean, it could be validity to what you guys are saying.
Okay. Well, social media tells the story for those who are watching on Twitch and YouTube. Social media tells the story.
It absolutely does. My only thing with that and with anything like that is we're winning with Fox. You know what I'm saying? Like people that say that are upset because other people want to move on from De'Aaron Fox or at least open to it. And they'll be like, well, look what happens now when he's out the lineup. How does this look? Well, they weren't winning with him.
What it looked like before.
Right. They stunk with him in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Like the problem isn't, hey, it's this person's fault or that person's fault, or, you know, they're the reason why. It's not that. It's like I said, this group, for whatever reason, they can't put it together. They can't put it together. And one of the things that does happen here is De'Aaron Fox, who I still feel is the best player on the team, most talented player on the team, and is looked at as supposing to be one of the leaders on the team. He hasn't played up to what I think his capabilities are this year. And I think that should be first and foremost before we look at, I don't have no teammates or this and that. Let's all be accountable for, you know, what we've done. And I don't think Fox has played up to his capabilities. If he thinks he's done fine or people think he's done fine this year, I'm going to say that's cool if you think that. I think you're better than that, De'Aaron Fox. I think you're a better player than what you've shown this year.
We joked about this yesterday, and I'm asked this in a serious question. Did the fans turn heel on De'Aaron Fox? Or did De'Aaron Fox turn heel on the fans? Like, is this a situation where the fans turned on De'Aaron? Like, you know, I'm trying to think of what was the Shield. The Roman Reigns and so the fans would be Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
And De'Aaron is Roman Reigns. And the fans come up, boom, hit him with the chair. Or is this a situation like Die Rocky Die? Is this a situation where De'Aaron Fox is Rocky Maivia and the fans and in the way that they've received him this year have turned him into The Rock? That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
Die, Rocky, die. He says it like that.
Die, Rocky, die. And that was his line. Man. Die, Rocky, die. That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap. Was it a surprise heel turn? Was it a force? Somebody turned on somebody here during this season.
So my first thought is the fans turned on De'Aaron. That's my first thought. And I love the Kings fans.
Seth Rollins with the chair.
Seth Rollins with the chair. I love Kings fans. I feel like they turned on him. I will also say this. De'Aaron, between the rough start for the team and for him personally, and whether it was real or not, like I'm not here to say that this is exactly how he felt or anything like that. I'm just telling you what the perception was that he didn't care. He was aloof from this team in this franchise, in this situation. That was the perception that many fans had. And that is a huge no in Sacramento. That is worse than losing here in Sacramento. Acting as if you don't care. That's what led to the turn. I'm gonna be. This is just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
If De'Aaron played the same way, the numbers were the same and the record was the same for this team, but De'Aaron gave off the perception and had the energy of Tyrese Haliburton, I don't think there would have been no heel turn. I think it would have been fully like, yo,
wait, say that again. If he had what?
If he had the post game interviews and had the demeanor.
Okay, I got you. So his demeanor was different. I got you. Okay.
If it was that of Tyrese Haliburton, I feel like the energy wouldn't be, it's De'Aaron's fault he's not playing well. It's like, man, get this guy some help. It would be more of that. But the slump, the famous one after the Toronto game at home, and he slumped back and he got better with that. I think somebody got in his ear, but for the first month or so, those press conferences after the game were all bad. And I think that jump started the shift. So yes, I think the fans turned heel on him, but it was he had some rough
De'Aaron was
moments.
acting heelish.
He was
still a baby face. But there were just
he had a couple
wrinkles.
run-ins that were like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, like, no, that's your friend. What are you like he accidentally trips his tag team partner? Like, oh, you know what heel turn? It was the Shawn Michaels heel turn on Marty Jannetty. It slowly built. Like Marty goes to make the tag, and Shawn is over talking to the girl in the front row. That's it. De'Aaron has had some heelish tendencies this year, and the fans have responded as such. But, and I agree with everything you said, 100%. But I also feel like headed into this year, I'll ask this rather than state it. And we'll ask the sample size in the chat house and anyone who wants to get in on the phones as well. It felt like people were kind of already on edge with De'Aaron. Just a little bit. Partly because they knew the money was going to kick in this year.
Mm-hmm.
And whether consciously or subconsciously, everybody knew expectations were different.
Mm-hmm.
Whether team for sure, but for him specifically, because now he's Tatum, he's Mitchell, he got that nod. And it's like, all right, this now the cute little kid from Kentucky was so excited to be in Sacramento. I guarantee you that's over. It's like, all right, you're De'Aaron Fox, the franchise player now, and you're being paid like the franchise player.
Yeah.
And I feel like
that has something to do with it for
like
sure.
fans were just kind of like, okay, all right.
Do you agree that if his demeanor was different, it'd be a different vibe around him? Like if
it's hard to say,
same, like the wins, the numbers, all that was the same, but he was doing a Tyrese Haliburton where, hey, I know it's rough right now, but we're gonna get through it. I'm here to stay. If he did that, would the energy be different?
And his numbers are the same, man. I don't think so. I think no, I don't think so. I think there'd still be. It's tough, man, because it's like it does feel like it's so many things on top of each other, right? It's so many different issues, if you will, on top of each other. And I kind of feel like if he had been a rah-rah guy, but had been playing exactly the same, I think the frustration would still be there. Maybe the fans.
I mean, I can understand that.
Maybe
too.
the fans would be maybe the fans would be doing heelish things. De'Aaron would be the white meat babyface, but the fans would be accidentally tripping him. The fans would be talking to the girl in the front row when he goes over to make a tag. Like the fans would have the heelish tendencies, and they hadn't gone full blown heel on him. Maybe just the roles would be reversed if his I guess we're talking body language. I don't know if his demeanor was a little bit different.
But yeah, body language, demeanor, the stuff post game. I mean, and the frustrating thing about it.
Jesse says, does that make us Marty Jannetty?
We're trying to jump to the window.
Fair, bro. Jump to the barbershop.
Trying to escape to the window. The frustrating thing about it, man, and I wish this was different for a number of different reasons. And he may be carrying this load. Maybe I talk about, hey, look in the mirror. Maybe he does that every day, every single day. You know what I'm saying? And he's wearing that a little bit because while there needs to be better team play and better play, better talent on the roster overall. If you look at the numbers, man, if we're just being, whose numbers are down from what you expected? There's really only one person. Everybody else is about who you would expect them to be at this point. Maybe Richaun's numbers could be a little higher, but the only one that's like a real difference aside from what you would have expected coming into the season is De'Aaron. And that's, people see that, they feel that way. That's kind of tough, man. It's tough.
TC, Manny, hang tight. I promise we'll get to you. You want to get in on the phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Sacktown Tony, nobody said that, sir.
He doesn't listen. He never does. He just
Nobody
likes to
said
fire off messages. So fire away, Tony. We love you for it.
No, what's early
what's
Romans.
what's the Jinder Mahal? Buddy Hield is Jinder Mahal.
For all our wrestling people out there, Jesse asked the question, what's the WWE equivalent to the fans and Buddy Hield? Aldrin, what you mean by this, man? The way Kings fans treat Fox compared to Haliburton is really crazy. I think I understand what you're saying, but like what you, I don't know what you mean by that. Because I see a good amount of people who are, adamant that you shouldn't move on from De'Aaron Fox.
And certainly don't want him for a dude who was an all-star last year.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't want to say that's crazy, but I don't understand it. Let's just say that.
Kamara's going to jump on the stream.
Who is that? I don't know who that is. I think that's Tyler Lockett, Russell Wilson, and who's the big guy? Don't mind me, guys.
Oh, man. Numbers for who, Sack King? What are you talking about? I hear you, Tony. My point was, I feel like fans didn't need like that much of a reason. It was like, it's just like they were already right there, and like the wind blew, and it was like, super kick, thrown through the barbershop window.
And also the other thing, Tony, is nobody's disputing the poor play. Like we all see that he didn't start off very well, wasn't playing well to start the season. I mean, nobody's saying that the fans made him play poorly. I'm not saying that. We're just saying the feeling behind De'Aaron Fox You know?
Tyrese is Daniel Bryan. Or is
who's Davion?
I was Davion Daniel Bryan? I feel like Tyrese is. I think Tyrese is Daniel Bryan.
I gotta think about this one. Who is Davion? It's gonna bother me.
Who is Davion? Davion is not Santino Marella.
Santino Marella.
I mean, maybe like 4 decades ago when Rey Mysterio mattered. If my life's mission,
Robbie O, R.I.P. Robbie O, Black Rob.
If my mission wasn't to get Kings fans to compare Kings players to wrestlers, it should have been because we did it all through the commercial break, and it has absolutely been worth every second of it. You could take part in the conversation during the commercial breaks on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. For those listening on 1320 AM in the Odyssey app, we appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll shift gears here shortly when Kamara Williams joins us. So Kamara is a huge Kings fan, so he'll have some takes, plenty of takes regarding the Kings. Though that's not why we're talking to him. He has gone through Brian Flores' lawsuit, and he's going to fill us in on some things that he found along the way. So we'll talk to Kamara coming up here in about 10 minutes. Let's get to, I think TC's up first. TC, what's happening, baby?
What's up, my two brothers?
TC, what's popping with you, man? What's on your mind, big dog?
Man, just chilling, man. Just sitting back listening to y'all about De'Aaron. It's like this with De'Aaron, bro. Like, just real quick and simple. Like, D-Lo, we wouldn't, I mean, it goes back to a little bit what you were saying as far as if De'Aaron was the correct leader, had the mentality. I understand with John Morant, but when he went out, they were winning. I mean, when De'Aaron Fox is playing, we still losing. But it's about, like, him being a leader, bro, and, like, getting everybody in tune and doing what he needs to be doing as a player. I mean, I know it's year 5, but you still don't play both ends. Your jump shot is still, like, okay. Like, you know what I mean? So it's things with this guy. Like, it's not like the fan base, like, we just turned on him. It's like, bro. And then now that the disengagement, that just added to the fight. I was like, what? And you're acting like this? Oh, man, get this guy out of here. So it's like, it's a lot to do with that story, bro. You know what I mean? With De'Aaron. And De'Aaron just, he's, I don't know, just, it's him, bro. It's him. It's him. It's him.
Okay.
It's not just.
Okay, I guess De'Aaron isn't TC's third brother. 916-349-1320. Let's get Manny in here. Manny, what's happening?
Manuel.
Okay, Manny.
That's on mute. That's what it sounded like.
That's fine. It's whatever, Manny. It's all good.
The thing with De'Aaron Fox that I don't necessarily I shouldn't say I understand it, but maybe I don't agree with it, is he had a bad start to the season. He was a little disengaged. Get him out of here. Like, I don't know why we got to jump there, right?
Yeah.
Like, we can acknowledge all those things being true. Like, I agree with everybody who points out that he didn't start out. I don't think he was ready to play this year. He was not ready to start the season in tip-top basketball shape, or like your skills being ready or being ready. I don't think he was ready to start the season. That's a bad look. But it also doesn't mean, you got to go. Like, I don't necessarily feel that way. I look at more so if you are moving on from Fox, it's more of a basketball thing, right? It's more of, we aren't good right now with you. I don't know what's going on with this Tyrese Fox dynamic, and can that work long term, or not? That would be the more reason to explore a trade that way, not just we thought he was going to average 25, 26. He's only averaging 21. Like, get him out of here. Like, that's the one I never really understood.
Yeah, that feels excessive. And we posted this question over here on youtube.com /ESPN 1320. I'm surprised by the results. We haven't really dug into these rumors yet, and we most definitely will. But there's one floating out there about the Knicks potentially having an interest in De'Aaron Fox, and we posed the question: a deal centered around De'Aaron Fox for Julius Randle. 59% of those who have voted here in the first hour and 23 minutes of the show say no.
I ain't gonna lie with you. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that one either, because we didn't even like dig into, okay, it's gonna take this, it's gonna take this. It's just like, no, here's the centerpiece of the deal. It's De'Aaron and Julius. I'm really surprised that large of a percentage says no.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want? and you know what? To be fair, maybe the answer is they don't want to trade De'Aaron Fox,
and that's understandable. I get it. In that particular deal, I don't know if I agree with it.
Let's bring in my man Kamara Williams, host of the Uncultured Bias podcast, frustrated Kings fan out in Orlando. Are you ready to move on from De'Aaron?
No, and by the way, I just want to say you got to spell it Camara. It's Kamara.
I did spell it Camara. That's what I get for trying to put your graphic up during the show. I call you Kamara Williams.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. No, I am not feeling Julius Randle for De'Aaron. Mainly because I'm not a big Julius Randle fan. I like him, but not as a centerpiece to build your team around, especially to carry it forward. I think that'd just be an apples to apples thing. You're not really moving the needle too much there.
But what if you're building around Tyrese?
Yeah.
I really want to see what De'Aaron and Tyrese looks like, with now defined roles. Because I think Tyrese has really, in the last 20 games, has really found a rhythm on how he wants to play this game. And De'Aaron, before his injury, was, finally came to a place where I'm just a scorer. And so what does it look like they've now kind of like figuring out, like, this is just my role on the team? A lot of times teams struggle, and you see this in NBA, they don't have an understanding of what their role is. That I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do on this team. You're asking me to do this, but this is what I'm doing. And so I want whoever the coach is next season to say, listen, this is what's going to happen. Tyrese is the primary ball handler. He's going to be initiating the offense. De'Aaron, you're going to be running the two. Let's see what this looks like with us having defined understanding of your role. Tyrese, I need you to be more aggressive. Let's build around those two. Let's see what we have and go forward. Right now, we've just had undefined roles throughout the entirety of the team, starting with, from Luke Walton on not defining the team in an appropriate manner, and then it's carried on because, we really haven't really moved on for Luke Walton. I don't even blame Alvin Gentry, because this is what it is, but
how did Luke Walton just catch a stray?
He's not catching a stray. What I'm saying is, it is what it is. Like, this team was designed with no real, not only no real balance, but no real focus. And so that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I want to see a team with some focus about this is direction we're doing. Buddy last year and the year before, they tried to make him into James Harden 2.0. You know what I mean?
I think Buddy tried to make himself James Harden 2.0.
No, because actually, if you remember comments from Luke, he said, I think, coming into the season last year, he said, this is going to be a really important season for Buddy, as we're going to be giving him more responsibility to expand his game. That was Luke Walton. And it's like, what are we even talking about? No. Like, he's 32 years old. I'm just being facetious here. And you're talking about 36. Expanding he's 36, yeah. Him and LeBron the same age. And you're talking about expanding his role. You know what I mean? Like it was just ridiculous. So I want to see what a coach comes in with the vision for a dynamic backcourt.
So there's regardless of what the people think, the media tries to say about me, I do think coaching matters to a certain degree. And somebody that can, put people in certain roles and get the best out of talent, that absolutely matters. But when I see the Kings, I like once again, I feel like this group of players, they keep getting bailed out by people talking about there's no direction or there's no leadership or the coach, this and that. You don't need no leadership or direction. Keep your man in front of you. Like defend, play hard, rebound, pass the ball. If things aren't going right, communicate with your teammates. And these are like the things that they don't do are bare basics. I don't need any general manager, owner, coach to have a concise plan for me to execute the things that they do not execute on a nightly basis.
They don't play well. They don't play well for each other. They don't play well for the organization. They don't play well. And it comes with just a lot of bad tutelage it comes straight down. It starts from the top all the way down. And I just feel like what my fear is with Davion and Tyrese is that we don't want this organization to infect them with the idea of bad basketball. So that's why I'm all for getting rid of guys like Buddy. And I mean, and even Marvin has improved his defensive rating in the last few weeks. But I just want a clear slate and let this team come in and let them figure out, get rid of the bad habits. De'Aaron has picked up a lot of bad habits because he was the face of a franchise that was rudderless. And so he was allowed to get away with things. And now it's kind of just gotten so bad and pronounced in his bad habits in basketball court that I want a coach to call him out and say, these are your bad habits here, both defensive, especially defensively, and then offensively. And, we're not doing this anymore. We're not doing any of this. We're starting over. We're starting over within an idea of this is how you play good basketball.
So here's the thing that I say about that. Excuse me. You guys think, like, regardless of I say this all the time, regardless of what you think about if the guy knows how to call up a good play out of a timeout or whatever the case may be.
Right.
Luke Walton has been around great basketball his entire life. Great basketball. The man knows basketball. His dad was Bill Walton. He played under Lute Olson. Look, it goes even further. He played under Phil Jackson. He played with Kobe Bryant. Alvin Gentry, 40 years around the game, been around the greatest, both Luke and Alvin Gentry, around one of the great basketball teams and minds of all time in that Golden State locker room. Are we really sitting up here trying to say that these two guys, at the very least, I didn't even talk about Richaun Hines, Lindsey Harding, Doug Christie, have not once mentioned to De'Aaron Fox or any of these players, hey, this is how you should play. This is what I'm doing. Like, they're being told this. De'Aaron Fox is not executing it. Like, it's not the organization's fault. It's not the coach's fault. He's not executing it. And
I agree. He's not executing it to the point where it's been stated numerous times from whether it's Jason Jones or yourself that the organization has told him over the last few years, we want to play fast. And he's still walking the ball up the court, And so I agree. It's been communicated, but at the same time, I'm not ready to cut the cord on this because I don't know what this is yet. And unless we're going to be getting a bona fide superstar in return, which Julius Randle is not, then
the answer to your question is you're not. You're not getting a superstar in return.
So guess what? Here's what I want you to do then. As an organization, I want you to build a team that suits the talents of your backcourt. I want you to build a team that looks with shooters and defenders on the wing and in the post that your players have like Tyrese is a free safety. He's not a top dog defender like Davion is, right? So we need somebody. If he's a free safety, then we need a long stretch wing at the 3, a rangy 4 who can that can shoot, and we need a shot blocker in the paint that can cover up these weaknesses. So when guys get beat on the perimeter, people can rotate, or they can get to the paint and clog up the middle. That's what we need. And we need people who's going to be able to shoot. So Tyrese, when he's creating off the pick and roll, or he's trying to, do a wheel or whatever, that guys can hit the shots. Right?
Mm.
We need shooters. We need shooters who De'Aaron, when he's driving, they're not clogging up the lane.
But here's real quick, Dave. Here's the problem. If Fox stays, Tyrese is going to be kicking out to De'Aaron Fox.
Not necessarily. I mean, the thing is, if you have shooters on the team, you can find there's enough plays on the court to where guys get open looks in a flow of an offense that makes sense for them. That makes sense and utilizes their talent. I know we're not here for this, but like one of the things I've talked to Damian about this over the years in the private. My pet peeve with Marvin, and he's had some other issues that we don't talk about, but I never felt like they utilized Marvin in the right way. I never felt like they sometimes they stuck him in the corner, which is not his skill set. Like shooting him in the corner, keeping him in the corner is not Marvin's skill set. I'm sorry. And that's what coaching is about. Like clearly he's a box guy where he needs it in a certain space on a certain block to get production out of him. Now, I'm not saying retrofit your offense about him, but it's creating opportunities with the skill set that you have. And I have yet to see that for this team. I think Luke came in with a pre-designed idea of how to run a team. Alvin Gentry came with the same because he came in with the same idea. I want to see a coach who comes in. I'm going to look at the talent we have, and this is how we're going to run this team. That's what I want to see.
Kamara Williams, host of the Uncultured Bias podcast and frustrated Kings fan in the state of Florida. A couple of things of note as we transition here. It looks like the Dolphins' job is down to Kellen Moore and Mike McDaniel. It's going to be interesting for a lot of different reasons. Allegedly, the New Orleans Saints want to interview Eric Bieniemy this week. That'll be something to watch for a variety of reasons, which we'll get into later. But Kamara, you had some time to go over the Brian Flores lawsuit, and I'm curious if any one thing in particular really, really stood out to you.
Yeah, the lawsuit is long. Number one, 58 pages. I don't know if anybody actually read that thing.
I don't know if I mentioned this. Like Kamara's an attorney. Like that's why he went through this. Like I know he mentioned his frustrated Kings fan. Kamara's an attorney.
Yeah, that's what actually pays the bills. And I'm actually texting a client right now to stop texting me. Yeah, and so I practice out of Florida, and one of the areas I practice in employment law and just civil litigation. So the things that really stuck out for me, and I don't know if you guys looked at the lawsuit, that turned my stomach. Everything else was kind of like superfluous to me, right? But the thing that turned my stomach the most was the concept of the NFL basing their impairment rating of players based on race. That thing really bothered me. And I know it's been alleged multiple times, but to see that in a complaint, and is how they conducted payout to disabilities, because they're basically, just to explain, they're saying that Black players didn't have the same cognitive ability as white players. And so therefore, when they're suffering from head trauma, it wasn't as severe because they weren't as smart.
Right. That's crazy, man.
That is sickening to me. That is sickening. That is some I don't even know. That is some medieval concept of just race. That's some Darwinism, type BS right there.
And it was just quietly, we're gonna stop doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You did what? And that was a lot of people's first introduction into that.
And they needed pressure. They needed pressure to stop doing. If there was no awareness to it or pressure to it, they would have just kept how they would have gone about things.
Yeah.
No character within them says we should stop doing this because this is wrong. It was they don't like that. So they found it out. So we should just not continue to do it because they found it out.
This is something we've talked about for the last few days, and I have serious questions over. Is there like what's the real impact of this lawsuit?
Okay, so I talked about a quick plug for the podcast. I just recorded a podcast about this, and
Uncultured Bias available wherever you get podcasts from.
Yeah, and it would be out on Tuesday. But one of the things I talked about that I'm not sure if this lawsuit is going to change the algorithm of how the NFL operates. But I look at it like a Curtis Flood. Curtis Flood didn't see the benefit of his lawsuit against MLB in order to become a free agent. And those who not aware of who Curtis Flood is, in 1969 he filed a case with federal civil action against the Major League Baseball in order to get become a free agent. And years later, Oscar Robertson among other NBA players did the same thing with the NBA, and then obviously things have transpired to where free agency is a commonplace thing. But Curtis Flood died of alcoholism, and he never saw the benefit of his struggle. I'm not saying that. I'm not hoping that that's going to happen with this Brian Flores. But what I'm saying is, we may not see the change that happens from this lawsuit, because even reading from it, as an attorney, I can see where some things get thrown out. I can be like, oh, okay, well, that's not going to stick. By the way, and I'll get into that in a moment, but I don't know if the end result was to actually make it stick.
Okay.
Yeah. But it might be incremental. Sometimes the harshest penalty is sunlight. And so when you shine something on somebody or an organization, and you you put the mirror up to them for them to see, they're like, yeah, we don't like that reflection. So it may force them down the line, not in the immediacy, because if it happens in the immediacy, it may cause them to be subject to more liability. Right? So, they're not going to change overnight, but it something will happen. Something will happen. Yeah. So I know you probably have another follow-up question.
No, that was the question, Casey. Go ahead.
No, I was just simply going to ask, do you kind of mentioned that you don't think anything will stick, or some things won't stick. What do you think will stick? What he has a real shot of, kind of, I don't know, what he can get, money wise, or if it's civil suit, or just, what sticks for him.
Okay. So a discrimination lawsuit is very interesting, because a lot of times the public looks at things from the black and white point of perspective. And as a civil litigator, a lot of stuff happens within the gray. That's where you find, that's where the meat of the bones case is. It's not so clear cut. And so there is something to be said about the NFL's discriminatory practices. Now, whether it was discriminatory intent, that's something that's going to have to be proven up, right? It does seem like there's a prima facie case of an idea of what there was an intent there based off of the operation of the NFL and how they've conducted themselves. I want to start off by saying this. A case like this is designed to bring the defendant to a heel so we can get a monetary judgment. When you sue a large organization like this, you're not thinking you're going to change the organization all the time. It's probably not even to get to trial. I doubt it. I would bet my life savings and my wife would be upset but I bet my life that it doesn't go to trial. 90% of civil suits don't go to trial anyway, but suits like this are not designed to go to trial. Suits like this are designed to initiate discovery process, and so we can embarrass you enough to bring you to a heel. To be like, I just want to get rid of this. So where the defendant's client, with the client, the defense attorney would look at his client and be like, we still want to continue down this road, and then like, no, this is embarrassing. I'm ready for it to be over. Write them a check. What is their number? Find out their number and let's move on. And that's really how I see cases like this happening, because there is some form of discrimination, but the problem is it's a class action suit, and outside of Brian, other people are going to have to want to sign into this class action. And if he ends up getting a job, and if the NFL plays 4D chess and offers him a job tomorrow, and they haven't certified their class action by with 2 or 3 other people, it might be dead in the water already. That's why they were on ESPN, saying like, they're almost, you could look and see as an attorney, they were pleading for other people to come in and join this lawsuit. They were trying to legitimize the lawsuit with a big media push. And so, yeah, it was almost like, yeah, we got a good one. Y'all need to jump on this, bandwagon. In fact, I'll even put some more culture on it. You tired of the NFL team disrespecting you? All saying, come to death, throw a record. You know what I mean? You understand? So it was a plea out there to come join this team. We got something over here. And it's really one of those things where somebody is going to, or multiple people are looking at it, and they probably I have no doubts they've contacted a lot of people, and people are on the fence because they know what it means to them career-wise to link themselves onto the suit, but they have plenty of evidence, and so they're probably thinking to themselves like, I kind of want to jump in. It's like double dutch. I kind of want to do this, but I'm not sure. And
I feel like that's what Hugh Jackson did.
Yeah.
Hugh Jackson was like, hey, oh wait, no, that's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
He pulled back. Kamara Williams, Uncultured Bias podcast. It's clear you're going to have to come back. You're going to have to come back. We're going to have to talk more about a variety of different things. Come back, talk Kings basketball as well. Again, check out the Uncultured Bias podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from. That's my man, Kamara Williams. We're coming back. Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the hour.
Can I say one thing? I'm going to sue the Sacramento Kings for emotional distress. So I'm starting a class action lawsuit.
We have long discussed this.
We're definitely gonna sign up.
We have long that you've got a lot of people who are ready to jump on board.
You can run me my money.
You can enjoy that. You can join the emotional distress lawsuit by following the Uncultured Bias podcast. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear. Nice job, bro. That's good stuff. We're off the radio. We're still on the stream, but good stuff. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was what you guys were looking for.
No, that was it. Like we probably went with the Kings a little bit too long. But no one's mad that they tune in to hear Kings basketball. So that's good stuff. So,
I appreciate it.
You'll have to come back. Anytime we could find the right reason to get in here, man, we definitely can.
And I want to say this on the air, but I'll say this to you guys. I really do appreciate you guys for putting on just for the city and just for the culture. And you guys are just doing a remarkable job. It's inspiring to watch, man. Obviously I listen all the way over here from Orlando. So it's that good. And I'm really just proud of, because I know you personally, Damian, and I have yet to really meet you yet. KC, whenever you come down or where I go to, but I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of you guys, man.
Thank you.
I mean, people calling for it, so I guess
thanks for calling.
If they calling for it, then I guess we got to do something.
Gotta get
We got to do something. So we'll figure out how to make this work, man, and get you on here regularly. But again, man, thank you. We appreciate it. Great stuff.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. All right.
Okay. We'll talk soon. All right.
Yep.
Oh man. Good stuff from my dude right there. I met Kamara at American River College.
ARC. Kamara from Sacramento?
Kamara, no. No, moved to Sacramento. Young, spent, a ton of time here until he left for. I don't think he left for Orlando. I think he went somewhere else first, and then wound up in Orlando. He's one of the smartest dudes I know, man, for real.
Yeah, man. Sounds like
Madson, I think on the video link.
What?
Oh man, you get to in person.
One more time, man.
R.I.P. Kyle.
Somebody asked me, Donovan, if you're still watching, you asked me, he said he saw somebody that he had the D'Lo and Casey hoodie, and somebody in a cement truck stopped him and was like, hey, my cousin's on that show. I think that was my cousin Dwayne Carl Mullen. If it was, what up, cuz?
Shout out to KP, had his hoodie on the other day at the game. Man, Raul.
Yeah. I saw oh man. Father and son had their hoodie on, man.
It was cool.
Yeah.
One of the ushers came over and was like, I see these everywhere. What is this? Like that's a radio show. Oh man, that's cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's pretty quiet. A lot of times, like when I see somebody and then we're like crossing paths with it, I'll be like, oh man, I love that sweatshirt. They'll be like, yeah. Oh, what's up, big dog? Oh, no, what's up? I was like, yeah, man, I appreciate the support, man. That's love.
Doesn't happen out here in Roseville. No, that's yeah. You know what the funny thing is I treat them hoodies like they're dress clothes, and there are times where I'll just take them off, steam them, and put them away because I want that clean, crisp look.
Yeah. See, I need to figure out what you do because usually I just take mine to the cleaners. I need to save a couple dollars.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we was talking about washer and dryers the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Get the one with the steam function.
I need that.
Get the one with the steam
my
function.
people that were
coming back.
$75 are now $3.
Oh. Great conversation with my man Kamara Williams there. I want to mention again, his Uncultured Bias podcast is available on the Odyssey app, on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get your podcast from. And I think, let me double check here. I believe my man keeps it as simple as DLoandKC.com, and his website is, in fact, KamaraWilliams.com. One of the smartest dudes I know, man. That's real talk. I've known that dude for 20 years. Go to KamaraWilliams.com if you want to learn more about what my man Kamara is about.
Streets are calling for it, man. The streets are calling for it.
Hey, there it is. Weekly spot. Okay. All right. We'll make sure, Kamara already part of the family. We're going to make sure that we'll get him in here. He's been wanting to do something. He's been wanting to do something for a while. And it's always like, okay, what angle can we use? And it don't matter. He's a Kings fan. We just get in here and talk.
We got a lot to talk about.
We just get in here and talk. We could always add him to the Friday function, to the Friday party here, and just roll through because bless her heart, Trysta Krick's going to join us here in just a couple of minutes.
She's dealing with the laughing stock of the league.
According to her and only her, and that's what we gonna talk about. She's talking about D'Lo and KC. Y'all gotta ease my pain. I'm hurting after watching this. For those who haven't caught on, Trysta's a Blazer fan. I don't even know what Trysta's bugging over.
Yeah, this is a good thing for them. They get a good little draft pick. They'll still have Damian Lillard. If not, they can trade Damian and get a haul back. Things good.
This is fantastic. I just pulled up Trysta's tweet, so I had it when she joined us coming up here in a couple of minutes. And it says, we are the laughing stock of the league. Not even the Kings would make this deal. And then if you look down, the first reply, Kyle Madson, don't undersell the Kings' ability to mismanage a roster. Those are our next two guests, folks. Trysta Krick and Kyle Madson.
The funny thing about it is, well, Kyle and Trysta, they're family. We have a good time with them.
Yeah.
But I'm fully from the cloth. I'm cut from the cloth of The family can make jokes about you.
Yeah,
Those outside the family, shut your mouth.
that's right.
Like you ain't
That's
making
right.
no King's jokes. Shut your mouth.
That's right.
That's definitely how I feel about the Kings. But they're family. We ain't saying that they need to shut their mouth,
Yeah.
but family can make the jokes. You outsiders, shut your mouth.
Yeah,
We'll deal with this. And I bring that up because Klay Thompson, shut your mouth. You can make the joke. You can rub it in. No, I'm just joking. Klay Thompson, he's a player, so he can rub it in all he wants. But everybody that was having fun at the expense of that.
Well, so here. Damon Bruce's family.
Mm-hmm.
Don't. Damon don't.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have a problem. So even family can only get so far. Like Damon, like okay, look.
Cousin through marriage, calm down. You're through marriage. Calm down.
That's it. That's it. Damon Bruce is the cousin through marriage. Watch your mouth. Shams just tweeted, #King. The Philadelphia 76ers are expected to pursue Brooklyn's James Harden ahead of NBA trade deadline Thursday. And the Nets are now open to discussing a deal. Anybody believe in that? Is that Daryl Morey calling Shams? Shams, tweet this. Here, verbatim. Here, Shams, tweet this. Sources, the Philadelphia 76ers are expected to pursue Brooklyn's James Harden ahead of the NBA trade deadline Thursday. And the Nets are now open to discussing a deal. I mean, real talk, if I'm Brooklyn, and I feel like this has been on like in a conversation piece for us for weeks, and we just never really did anything with it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm Brooklyn, I listen. I absolutely listen. And I'm not just talking about Philadelphia. I listen to anybody for James Harden, because there's too much James Harden isn't going back to Brooklyn next year talk for me to just be comfortable with, okay, let's ride.
Yeah, so, having my ears to the streets.
Oh, good. Love when that happens.
The streets have told me this I agree with you, listening to everybody, but this whole little situation, this entanglement.
Oh my, an
Simmons,
entanglement.
Harden,
Yep.
Philly, Brooklyn.
Yep.
Is what everybody wants. Everybody involved wants this. That's what the streets been saying. Players included. Well, I don't know what Ben wants. I take.
I'm sure.
I don't know what Ben wants.
I'm sure Harden would be happy to leave, though. Okay, how do you? Is this Kyrie related?
No.
Are you sure?
It's Harden. It's just Harden.
Okay.
It's just Harden. Harden.
So what
he
do
wants
we
to do
call
things the Harden way?
If we've got Kyrie playing a fraction of the games and James Harden gone in the next week, obviously hypothetical. Is this Brooklyn's second massive failure?
Yeah, like this is not a good look. This is not.
However,
for
let me ask this though. I know you don't like Ben Simmons. If Ben Simmons fits there, Kevin Durant's long term. Kevin Durant signed an extension, didn't he? Kyrie didn't. James didn't. But I thought Kevin Durant signed an extension.
Maybe he did. Yeah.
So KD there.
Jesse, check on that for us real quick. I could see that. Yeah.
Brooklyn is in the house with Kevin Durant. If you can put together, you get Ben Simmons back, maybe another player, like you're maybe not that bad. I mean, you're not bad at all, but maybe still a contender.
No, not a contender. You got it.
So here's what it boils down to.
You're a failure. Here's what a failure if you do that. Because
here's what it boils down to.
You're losing Kyrie.
You really effed up doing this James Harden deal because you had a squad there. You had a squad that was capable, and you blew it because you wanted to go get James Harden. You completely blew up a young squad that made the playoffs the year prior, that went to the bubble and
I think they missed
if nothing else, they played their heart out. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they made it in the bubble.
I
think
need you
just
to.
missed
We
it.
need
They
to
made
look
the
into that.
bubble. I don't think they made the playoffs.
You don't make the bubble. Like you just kind of.
Well,
You
the
needed
people
an
who
even
didn't
number of
get
teams.
invited to the bubble.
I think Brooklyn was in the playoffs.
No, I don't think they were in the playoffs. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
All right, you're the East Coast expert, not me.
1 versus 8 was Milwaukee and Orlando, I believe.
I will stall this whole damn show.
1 versus 8, and then 2.
Brooklyn was
Were they the 7th seed?
Brooklyn was 7.
They played.
They were 35
Toronto?
and 37.
Okay. I didn't think they made it. Who they play? Toronto or Boston? I can't remember.
Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto. Yeah, Toronto.
Yeah, you were right there.
Damn right. I just think they blew it. They blew it. You had a squad there. And remember, wasn't Dinwiddie damn near dying from COVID?
Yeah,
Like he wasn't there.
COVID.
They were missing everybody and went to that bubble and fought. You had a squad there. They screwed up. They screwed up with this. If Harden's gone at the end of the week, they screw. If Harden's gone next year and they don't have rings on their fingers, they screwed up.
Well, one of the things that I don't know, I think I kind of disagree. You have a situation where you can get those 3 together.
I told you getting Harden was stupid.
Oh no, I kind of disagree.
Getting Harden was stupid.
And
he didn't need to do it.
Dinwiddie, one of the things that pushed it over the top was Dinwiddie tore his ACL.
You didn't need to do it. You didn't need to do it.
You thought they were going to win.
They had enough. They had enough. They had enough.
So, but let's talk about it though. You say they had enough, but which came to fruition. So KD and Kyrie were just going to play 100 games last year.
Wasn't James Harden on the team last year?
But what happened? Kyrie got hurt like
but
he always does.
You didn't need you had a better squad.
No, you didn't, man. Kyrie's going to go down.
No, you didn't. You had a better roster.
What you going to do when Kyrie went down? Go to Karis
You
LeVert?
have a better roster.
Say Karis LeVert carries with KD? That wasn't going to be
anybody.
Enough.
You had a better roster.
That wasn't going to be enough.
You're wrong. You're misremembering that roster.
I 100% agree, Damian.
With me or him?
Damian, I agree with you.
Great.
I think Jared Allen, Spencer Dinwiddie, even if
Dinwiddie tore his ACL, he was gone.
But he doesn't necessarily have to be gone. He said he wanted to come back to the Nets for less money. He would have taken less. You could have had Karis. You have Karis, LeVert, Kyrie, who can only really play 40, 50 games. I don't need an intro. I know we can just jump into this.
Yeah, we all know.
always.
Jared Allen is a top, we'll call it 8 center. I don't know. He could probably be better than that. But the fact that you have Nick Claxton, LaMarcus Aldridge, and a dead Blake Griffin, like their interior support is terrible. And you knew at that point in time that KD was coming off of a very serious injury. You've got issues with Kyrie and how his durability is going to be. Mortgaging your future, all those picks, all of those assets that you could have flipped if you wanted to flip them for different assets versus going all in for James Harden, who has had issues in the playoffs with his ability to perform. I like James. It's a befuddling decision in hindsight.
So you guys mean to tell me that, because I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement. Kyrie don't land on Giannis's ankle. They're not the hands down favorite to win the finals last year.
They're the favorite. I don't know that they win.
I don't know that they beat the Suns. I don't know that they beat the Suns.
They beating the brakes off of everybody with those 3.
I mean, but here's the thing. James Harden had a hamstring strain then as well. He was part-time.
You always play the what if this didn't happen? What if that didn't happen? Stuff happens. The point of this is they messed up going after James Harden. That was stupid. They
weren't winning a championship with Dinwiddie, LeVert, and Jared Allen.
Okay.
Well, but here's the thing. We give the Warriors a lot of credit for who they are right now, and it's Steph and Clay and Draymond, who's kind of call it a broken down version of him. And they're one of the
still
leaders.
An all-star.
Still an all-star, one of the leaders in the clubhouse to win it all. And I think that roster shows you that you can function around 2 stars if they have chemistry together and a bunch of role players that play their role really well and good coaching, which I don't know necessarily if I trust. And I've said this many, many times before. I don't know necessarily if Steve Nash is who I would have chosen for that gig.
No, I agree, but we're banking on them having 2 stars come April and May. And Kyrie, nobody in the chat on this call likes Kyrie more than I do. He breaks down every year. You couldn't say we're good because we have Kyrie, KD, Dinwiddie, and LeVert, because Kyrie was not going to be there. The odds are he wasn't going to be there April and May, and the odds were right. He wasn't there.
But I think like Joe Harris, Jared Allen, you could have still gotten Blake Griffin in the buyout market, who was pretty good in the playoffs last year. You've got Karras coming off the bench. I know Dinwiddie had the ACL, so he wasn't going to play at all, but I think he probably could have if he wanted to, probably late in the playoffs. I think he got cleared for team activities midway through that thing. And the whole thing is like, it's just kind of alarming. I think the Jared Allen thing is probably the worst.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know they needed to trade him.
You listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Odyssey Sports Betting Insider Trysta Krick with us here, host of Bet MGM tonight. You can get that podcast along with her NBA podcast, Heat Check, wherever you get podcasts from, including here on the Odyssey app. Just a quick question, had nothing to do with nothing, maybe a little bit about this conversation. Is Kyrie washed?
Why is he the one that you're asking whether he's washed or not?
Well, I'm just thinking, like, wait a minute, like Kyrie really playing like half the games. Like, what kind of impact can he make? Like, what is Kyrie? Like, does Kyrie even care?
I think Kyrie is the ultimate finesser. He, I think, knows in his heart of hearts he's good for 45 games, 45 to 50 games. If you look and see, one of the biggest reasons, in my opinion, that Kyrie Irving did not want to play alongside LeBron James is because LeBron James is not about load management. He does not believe in that. And so Kyrie, I think the most amount of games he played was 67 with Bron. And Kyrie has always broken down. Ever since he was at Duke, he broke down. So I think if you want to say, okay, is Kyrie washed right now, then you could say, was Kyrie ever whole? Like the question is, to me, was he ever a fully non-broken or like non-brittle, fragile player? And I don't know that the answer is yes. I don't think he's any more washed now than he was then.
You want to speak on your boy?
I am not.
He's always had injury issues.
Yeah, always.
Okay.
He's nice though. Like
no doubt.
Yeah.
To me, I think you could play him, just let him practice and stuff, and then just like bring him out after the All-Star break, like just let him out of the barn like a thoroughbred.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do for road games. That's exactly what they're going to do. I can't tell you how adorable this tweet is. We are the laughing stock of the league. Not even the Kings would make this deal, in response to the Blazers deal that was done earlier today.
Did you guys announce what the deal was?
Oh yeah, we've talked extensively about it. But I love that you quote tweeted the Blazers traded Gary Trent Jr. for Norman Powell just to flip him in Covington for Bledsoe Winslow, and a second round pick later in the year. And that's what you quote tweeted. We are the laughing stock of the league. Oh, Trysta.
We traded
no
2 first-round picks for Robert Covington just 2 years ago. Like, you mean to tell me you pay 2 firsts for him, and then you trade Gary Trent Jr., who wanted to stay in Portland. His dad loves Portland. His dad wanted him there. Gary Trent was like the phenom in the bubble. And we like got rid of him because we thought we couldn't pay him what he wanted or whatever. Or we wanted a guy who was a little taller, and Norm Powell, like, okay, he was a champion. And then we rolled out the red carpet for Norm. If there's an article in The Athletic, I encourage everyone to read about what the Blazers did to make Norm Powell interested in signing with us in free agency. We got him special dog beds. Swear to God, we got him like set up, literally moved his entire situation from Toronto to Portland, like full stop. Like he just entered the house and it was exactly how he had it set up in Toronto. We were trying to make it a comfortable situation for him. only like less than 8 months later to flip him and Rocco for Keon Johnson. Okay. And Eric, I don't want to be here, Bledsoe, and a second rounder in 2025. You might as well tell Dame, we do not care about you. And so to me, the fact that you guys won't trade De'Aaron Fox for Ben Simmons or all these other trades Daryl Morey keeps trying to fleece you guys on, you're like, you know what? We're smarter than that now. I think you guys are smarter than us right now.
I think you've been a little too harsh on the Blazers. Number one, all of this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. You have better knowledge of it in Portland than maybe I do, a little closer knowledge. But all of this, a lot of this, is to make sure you keep Anthony Simons. And I think Anthony Simons is the best player that is, when you look at it this way, he's the best player mentioned today. He's better than Bledsoe. He's better than Norman Powell. He's better than Covington. He's better than Keon Johnson. He's better than Justice Winslow. So you're making sure you keep the best player in this whole scenario. That's why you had to get off of Norman Powell, I think.
But why though? Like, are we going to keep Dame and put him alongside Anthony Simons? And what's happening with CJ?
I don't know what's happening with CJ. I don't know if you can keep Dame regardless. Like Dame, I said it's going to end badly. Like, so it ain't going to work. So that, like, it don't matter who you keep. What you got to do if you're Portland, in my eyes, is Anthony Simons, somebody at his age and his talent level. That's a guy that I don't want to say you can build around, but when Dame is gone, you don't have to get a Dame replacement, so to speak. You can go get a power forward or a small forward because you have your point guard in Anthony Simons, ready to be there. Once again, not saying he's going to be Dame. I'm just saying you have that spot already covered, and you can go and you can be selective with what you try to get for Dame.
Anthony Simons is the worst perimeter defender in the NBA, full stop, statistically.
Yeah.
Statistically, the worst, literally number one. I'll send you the link after this. It's the worst. He's worse than Dame. This list goes. And right now we have, when you look on that list, I want to say 5 out of the top 20 worst perimeter defenders in the league. And in order to really contend, you have to have a top 5 defense and a top 5 offense in some level, somewhere around that. And like, to get a point guard who is the worst statistical defender, I don't understand how you build around that. I like Anthony Simons. His usage rate's very, very high. It's like 26%. He's got a very ball dominant guard. I like him. He's young. I don't know.
Where exactly is Dame going, by the way?
I don't know.
Like, has anybody thought of that? Like, where is he going? We keep talking about Dame. Oh, they do. If something happens to something, who gonna trade for him?
The Knicks.
Knicks want De'Aaron Fox. They don't want Dame Lillard. Aren't you paying attention, Kenny?
I know. If they don't get De'Aaron, they will shift their attention towards Dame.
That's a wild sentence. I need you to say that sentence out loud again.
Say it again. Yeah, that was an interesting thing to hear out loud.
I mean, who knows what's going on in Money there? If they don't get De'Aaron Fox, they'll shift their attention to Dame Lillard, and that'll be in the summer. It won't be at the trade deadline. It'll be in the summer.
That's where we're at. Is the Dame is now lower than De'Aaron Fox.
He's not low.
No, it's not even that. It's like, where does he, like, who has the assets to acquire? Because Dame, like, it's not like Dame's an expiring contract. Like, Dame's got bread. Where does it make sense? Like, what would his wish list of, unless now he wants to go to Brooklyn with Kyrie and James Harden gone. Like, I don't know what they would have left to move.
I don't even know what moves and what situations make sense. Like, do you then get, like, now do you worry and say, okay, well, I guess we'll get Ben Simmons? Like, we'll trade Dame for Ben and Matisse?
Not if you trade James for Ben.
Yeah.
Not you, but meaning Brooklyn.
I think Dame's probably a better fit than James.
I agree.
James is
I wouldn't. He's different. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Yeah. We don't need to slander James's name. We'll just say he's not the same guy that we're used to seeing get an MVP. So it's a sad day though to be a Blazer fan when you pay 2 first-round picks for something that then later conveys to a 2025 second rounder.
I can make it sadder. I can make the day sadder for you.
For it, though.
Please do. Please do.
You still get in the 10th seed. You still get into the play-in tournament.
I know. It feels like the Blazers. I said this to Rochester today because they said, "Is this a rebuild?" And I go, "A rebuild implies rebuilding. Like this seems just like a tear down. Like I don't see where the building begins. You know what I'm saying? If it's just Anthony, it's just what? Like he's not even a foundation. He's like a nice couch, Anthony Simons.
Yeah, it can't start until you move on from there.
Sitting out there on dirt, Anthony Simons.
Still got the plastic on it.
It
nice
can't
West
start.
Elm couch.
It can't start until you get rid of Dame.
Yeah,
That's when the
that's
rebuild
the
starts.
Could it be CJ? It's got to be someone who nets you a big return, right? Whether it's draft capital or a young player. I don't know, Tyrese, Haliburton, something like that.
Joe Cronin just went on the record yesterday, the interim GM, and said we're not rebuilding. And then you do this yesterday.
I know, man.
Just said it yesterday. Why do they lie to us, guys? Why do they just not say anything at all?
I don't know why
Because
GM's
anything
going
won't
radio.
say anything.
You gonna make it through the rest of that? You gonna be all right?
I don't think so. I did a podcast right before.
We failed. We failed.
I'm not.
I don't feel good. I don't feel
I'm not
good.
comfortable. I'm not comfortable ending the call until I know. Like I see you're at the BetQL studio, so
That's a good thing. My producer's outside, so you know I'm safe.
we'll make sure Quentin keeps eyes on you. You'll make
Did
it.
I tell
Buddy.
you about those Bengals though?
Yeah, you
Confidence.
said they didn't have no chance.
Confidence.
They handle business.
I made a lot of money on the Bengals this postseason, and
Well, let me hold a dollar then, Trysta.
Huh?
You said let me hold a dollar.
Yeah, oh, by the way, speaking of holding things, I got your sweatshirts today.
Hey,
I was walking out the door when I got the package. I opened it up and I was like, "Yes, let's go."
Awesome.
you got another one on the way.
I'll see.
There's one
Oh,
more.
really?
There's one more on the way.
Is
Yeah.
it the I'm with Cap? Because I'll rock that too.
Oh, I get you one of these too. This isn't official D-Lo and KC merchandise. I would just want to state that clearly for the record. But I know where to get them, and I'm happy to make sure that you have them. But this is not D-Lo and KC merchandise.
I'm just messing around. Sometimes I forget we're on the radio.
That's right. All right, Trysta, you'll be fine.
Okay.
You'll be fine. It's all right. You have made the playoffs for like the last decade, so
Yeah, you'll be fine.
let's be careful throwing the word laughing stock around, especially when you join your friends in Sacramento.
Did you see the Twitter thread? Everyone's making fun of us right now. Everyone is laughing at us.
We're not.
Everyone
Yeah.
in Sacramento was like,
Everyone-
"Oh, you don't think we would make that trade? We would definitely make that trade."
Everyone except the Kings fan base is laughing at you.
Make it make sense, boys. Make it make sense. I will see you guys next week.
Yeah.
We will talk more about Super Bowl. Stop sleeping on the Bengals. Wait until kickoff because you'll probably get a 5 if you want to take the Bengals. Do that. And don't bet on the national anthem. Do not bet on the Gatorade. Just send me Venmo instead, and I'll just tell you that I did something nice with the money.
There you go. You went to DLoandKC.com and got more
There you
hoodies.
go.
That's what you did.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trysta.
Love you guys.
Appreciate you, Trysta.
Love you
Pray
back.
for me. Jesus, take the wheel.
Who knew? Who knew a Norman Powell deal could just spiral Trysta Krick?
Just broke her. With it, you've been saying all year, the Blazers broke Trysta.
That's it. By the way, go behind the scenes here. Jesse, the answer to your question is obviously yes. Kyle Madson's going to join us coming up here in seconds, actually. As we, Trysta mentioned the big game coming up next week. You can text the word props to 20357 right now and join our Giving Props contest. It is a free to play contest. There is no gambling involved here. It is free to play. That is right up my alley. 3 weeks of the postseason are in the books. You got a brand new shot at winning $2,000. Just go to betql.com/props to sign up. BetQL has posted 10 new props around the big game. It's easy. Make your picks. You could win $2,000. Plus, as long as you sign up at least 15 minutes before kickoff, you'll be entered for the chance at taking home the $10,000 grand prize. Again, head over to betql.com/props or text the word props to 20357 right now and make your picks. Message and data rates apply. I say that because they make me.
Well, you just got to do what you got to do.
That's
it.
it.
That's what it is.
If you're still getting charged for text messages, you're doing 2022 all wrong.
100. Get a new Fave 5.
Get your prime minutes under control here. And
I told you last night I was watching Belly late at night last night. Oh, the two-way pagers.
Oh,
they
boy.
were popping in there with the two-way pager.
When you beam somebody your contact for the first time, man, you felt like a king. You saw it attached to, I'll beam you my contact.
The two-way pages were out there. Hey, in a rare occasion where a source does want to be revealed, he's actually saying, no, reveal me as a source. Our guy Elijah wants it to be known that he thinks he's the only one. He was only one of the people. But I'm going to give him love anyway. He demanded that I let it be known that he was one of the sources who told me about James a long time ago.
What?
James Harden. He talked to me in like October. He's like, yo, James went out and he want to go to Philly.
Oh. Well, didn't he want to go to Philly in the first place?
I don't know.
But the deal didn't get done? I thought that was public.
I know I wanted, well, he was, yeah.
But Brooklyn jumped in and got the deal done?
Yeah.
Or am I remembering that wrong?
I thought he was kind of, he liked either one. He liked Brooklyn or Philadelphia. That's what how I remember.
Okay.
But I also had a couple other people that told me like, hey man, he's just the LA dude, man. He's not really feeling this whole share the fame type thing that's going on in Brooklyn.
He don't know he's the second best player in Philly? Your boy's out of control, dude. Your boy's out of control.
My boy.
Your boy's out of control,
Kyrie's
man.
My guy.
Oh boy, now all sorts of stuff is out there. Minnesota is open to trade packages with Philadelphia involving draft picks in return for Tobias Harris and Ben Simmons. Oh boy. Please stop this madness. Is Daryl Morey just like texting every reporter? Oh no, he's not. It's the same reporter. He's texting one guy.
He's texting everything to him though.
He's just got Shams on an open line in a conference room, and he just walks into the conference room and shouts stuff.
He got Shams on Slack. There ain't no text message.
That's
right. Slack feed.
That's funny. I did not know what Slack was before the summer of 2020.
I had no idea. I had never heard of it. Now you see commercials for Slack.
I had no clue.
Absolutely. And I'm like Leo. I'm like, oh, Slack.
Hey, that's us. That's what we use. Slack is what we use when Jesse communicates to us. Like Jesse, we were talking to Trysta. He said, "We gonna go along here?" Yep. Yeah, it's pretty much. I think Fridays we could just dub like F the commercials Friday. Other than the most important commercial, which is that D'Lo and KC is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Kyle Madson set to join us here any second. He texted me and said, shoot me the video link. We thought Kyle was going to be on the phone. We even prepared his little graphic here for YouTube and Twitch, but he says he's going to be able to make the stream today. He's wrapping up some wedding details, and he'll be on with us, and we'll talk. We'll put a bow, I guess, on the San Francisco 49ers season, because until we get to free agency draft, till we, get, I don't know where the conversation is going to be with the San Francisco 49ers moving forward. I will mention this, though, as we were heading into our conversation with Camara, I mentioned the Saints are going to interview Eric Bieniemy this week. Obviously, the Eric Bieniemy part was important for the conversation we were having with Camara.
Mm-hmm.
But Eric Bieniemy, offensive guy. I'm watching what New Orleans does and who they hire, because I'm wondering how appealing that situation becomes for Jimmy Garoppolo and how appealing Jimmy Garoppolo becomes for the New Orleans Saints. They need to do something at the quarterback position.
They do. They absolutely do. But I think all things will be considered here. Like if you're the 49ers, you're John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, hey, we said we're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not just going to do anything. You know,
no, I'm talking about we work out. You talk about you work out a deal with them.
No, but if I got a similar or close to it situation in the AFC, I'll probably take you over there. I ain't gonna. What I need to put you in New Orleans for? And if you're good and you're in a good situation, make what is a possible advantageous situation for the 49ers being in the NFC that looks like it could be getting a little down in the coming years. What do I need to help a team in the NFC with? I'm gonna put you over there in the AFC with I don't know, Tennessee. I don't know.
You're getting all Oliver Stone again. You make a deal with the team who offers you the best deal. What if it's New Orleans? Kyle Madson's here.
If they're comparable, I'm putting you in the AFC, not in the NFC.
All right.
I agree with Kenny.
I think you're just being argumentative here in this 2:00 hour. Kyle Madson, 95.7 The Game, Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles, does it all for this San Francisco 49ers. Do you have an idea? Like, is New Orleans a good fit for Jimmy Garoppolo? Have you put the Niners Wire column together, the Candlestick Chronicles podcast together about fits for Jimmy this offseason?
Literally going to work on it when I get done here. I have a fun way to go about it because I feel like it's like Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay, New Orleans, and Washington and Carolina. It's the same kind of like 5 or 6 teams. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all 32 teams and the chances that he winds up at each of those teams. I'm very excited about it.
So before you elaborate,
yeah,
and this is for Twitch and YouTube, so forgive me. Are you wearing a blazer?
No,
you're not.
I'm wearing my awesome black jean jacket that I bought.
Oh, okay. I got it.
I ran in my door and ran upstairs and set up.
Okay.
So I didn't have time to like change my clothes like normal.
Appreciate the commitment, but I was like, you're definitely in all black. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's a black
like
black jean jacket. I bought it on the internet while under the influence one night, and it showed up. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
And 3 letters, and I got I got it in the mail, and I was like, you know what? Not my style really, but I'm going to be adventurous. Half the battle with fashion is being confident when you wear it. And I think I look cool. Like, it doesn't fit me like style wise because I'm a huge dork, but nobody that doesn't know me knows that. So
you look great.
Thank you.
All I ask is please don't wear it with like a pineapple shirt underneath. That's all I ask.
No, black or white shirt underneath.
Okay. And definitely
black jeans.
Avoid the watermelon shirt a little bit more than you do. I would also encourage that. It's
okay.
just my opinion.
So don't wear that for the wedding. Got it. Okay.
Rock it with confidence, Kyle. You got this, big dog. You got this.
Please continue the fun game you're playing and putting together fits for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, like I don't think he's going to go to the Chiefs. FYI, breaking news.
Good call.
Yeah, but I think that Kenny's right. Like, if Washington is going to offer them a first-round pick, and the Steelers are going to offer them a third at a future second, like they're going to go with the first-round pick, even though it's in the NFC. As far as the Saints specifically, I thought they were a great fit until Sean Payton quit, and now I have questions because I don't know who their head coach is going to be. So
sure.
The
birth of that was that Eric Bieniemy is interviewing tomorrow.
Then yeah, for sure. I think Eric Bieniemy would figure it out with Jimmy.
What about? I mean, I'm just thinking in my head. Denver seems like a location. Seem like
I'm out on Denver. If you're Denver? Okay, you just watch Jimmy Garoppolo finish 3rd in the division with Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson, and Matthew Stafford. Why would you bring him into a division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert and whatever the Raiders are going to do? So I totally agree. They need an upgrade at quarterback, but I just don't know if Garoppolo is the guy that they're going to turn to and be like, oh, this is the guy. I'm not buying that. Cleveland makes sense. He's better than Baker. So
really?
Yeah, he's better.
Man, Baker stinks.
And that's really? That's not even saying like Garoppolo's like super nice. Like he's
not. He's better than
that bad.
So here's what, like, I don't think Garoppolo is like miles better than Baker, but Mayfield, like when he has to go play action and when he's moving around and stuff, he's just not very good. And I think if you're the Browns and you're wanting to upgrade at quarterback without having to like break the bank or trade 1 million picks to try and go get Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, both of whom might not even be available on the trade market. I think Garoppolo for them would be an upgrade while they kind of figure out what they're doing at that spot.
They got the backs for it, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. They have a really good defense.
Yeah.
But Baker Mayfield's just kind
of that's tough.
Wow.
That's tough for a variety of reasons. Man, you really whiffed on that one. If you're going Jimmy Garoppolo, if you're like, you know what'll fix this? Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not a knock on Jimmy Garoppolo because I believe he could. Okay, y'all are the experts.
You're saying that if Baker Mayfield's not getting it done, like Jimmy Garoppolo isn't. Like Jimmy Garoppolo is a massive upgrade over Mason Rudolph.
Right. Yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But like, I mean, want that to be the future of your franchise? Like, I don't think Jimmy's not signing a 1-year deal somewhere.
No, you extend him for 3 years for a lot cheaper than you're going to get Baker for.
I don't think Jimmy's going to be cheap. That's just my opinion.
I think you could get him on, if you give him like a 3-year deal, I bet you could get him like 3 and 60.
That's what I thought too. I think Dave said he's getting 100 million.
Yeah.
I don't
get way for 10 years.
That's funny. No, I think he's getting the Ryan Tannehill deal.
No way.
I mean, he is.
The reason I think he won't is because he hasn't been healthy. Like that's a pretty significant problem. And B, the Titans gave Ryan Tannehill that deal because they went, oh, he had this great year. We can win a Super Bowl with this guy because we have Derrick Henry. The Steelers don't have Derrick Henry. Like the Steelers are going to sign Jimmy Garoppolo to be a stopgap. Ryan Tannehill wasn't signed to be a stopgap. There's no team that's looking at Garoppolo and going, oh, that's our guy for 5 years.
I sort of disagree.
Really?
That's the end of I think someone will sign Jimmy to. I don't think the team that Jimmy winds up on is a stopgap team. I think they're signing him to be they're signing Jimmy Garoppolo to be his quarterback, and I think
that's a loser franchise.
I think the Saints would do it. I think the New Orleans Saints would do it.
I don't know, man. They don't have a lot of cap space. I can't imagine they would want to.
Well, okay, I don't know the cap spaces for all these teams. Smart ass. What I'm saying is he fits and it makes sense, and he's going to get the bag, and I'm going to believe that until he doesn't.
I don't think he's getting.
Who was the last quarterback who signed? Oh, that's a very reasonable contract. Who was the last guy who did that?
Hey, honestly, Patrick Mahomes.
That's right.
No,
Patrick Mahomes' contract is such smoke and mirrors.
It's wild. His cap hit every year is like $6 in a bag of chips.
It's crazy.
It's really insane. No, I mean,
$500 million.
With his injury situation, with Garoppolo's injury situation, I mean.
Yeah.
And then with what you saw, like Troy Aikman said it when the Garoppolo came out after the Rams tied it in the NFC Championship game. Troy Aikman said something to the effect of, well, the run game's not working, and I'm afraid you got to put it on Jimmy Garoppolo's shoulders.
I'm afraid. I said, that was odd. I'm afraid.
Yeah. I mean, that's just, I don't think there's like this big secret that you can't rely on Garoppolo to be the guy to carry you to wins.
Yeah.
But if a team gives him 5 and 100, like, more power to him, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be wild. That'd be wild. I wouldn't give him 5. You know who, and this will tie into my other question, and I want to see what both of you guys think about this. You know who might give him 5 and 100? Who I've kind of had my eye on the entire time, if they can't work out a deal with Seattle, is the New York Giants.
I don't think so.
I mean, Brian.
You're done with Zach Wilson?
If you're Brian,
oh, because of Bob?
Giants.
The Giants.
Oh, the Giants.
If Brian Dable,
I don't think so.
Man, I heard that Brian Dable. I can't remember if I read or heard.
You got the right
Brian Dable. Huh?
Like Brian, you're talking- a Bill Belichick joke right there.
Oh yeah. Or Brian Flores or Brian Dable. Likes Daniel Jones. And I don't believe that for like 1 second.
Hmm.
But I don't know if you're Brian Dable, are you wanting to start with where the Giants are at? Are you wanting to just be like, oh yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo, and by the time this team is built into anything, he's going to be 34?
That franchise is a mess.
They're a disaster.
You know,
I don't think the Niners would trade him there. Like, he wants to go to a place where they're going to win, and he goes
that's
to
true.
the Giants. Like,
Win situation. You're right. You're right about that one. But I was saying that goes into my other thought and my question, because I would make a deal with the Giants for Saquon Barkley, because I only say that because I've heard Giants fans, it's not even like reporters, but like hint at like, yo, we need to move him. We don't need to pay him. We have him. We can't win. We'd move. But Saquon, whoever, I say the 49ers need one playmaker. One reason I was a little hesitant throughout the season, once they got into the playoffs and started pulling off these wins, I was like, yo, they could do this once they were in there. But during the season, it felt like they were one player short on each side of the ball. And I think that's the homework assignment. Get a playmaker on offense, get a playmaker on the defensive end. And I think that's what they need to be doing. What do you say about that, Kyle?
Are you talking about trading Jimmy Garoppolo for Saquon Barkley?
I mean, that was a trade I thought about 4 weeks ago. I don't even think it can happen now, but
I mean, it theoretically, I guess, could, but if you're trading for Jimmy Garoppolo, you're doing so because you have Saquon Barkley,
right?
I think. But if
I
talked about that. I talked about that.
They need to trade Saquon in New York. That's what I've heard.
Yeah,
that's the only reason I came up with.
Man, the one thing with it, I think it's a great idea. Like, the thought is, you talk about a guy like Saquon in that offense. That's wild. The issue you run into, though, is I think he's due for a contract extension now. He just finished year 3. And so he has 1 year left on his rookie deal plus his 5th year option. Like, you're going to have to pay Saquon probably like a lot of money. And I just don't know if the Niners are going to want to do that. But if they do, like, yeah, go. Like, if you can get Saquon for a 4th round pick or whatever, and then you got to pay him, I would do it.
I got real quick, David. I got a couple names. I want to hear what you think about this, Kyle. On offense, Melvin Gordon or Juju Smith-Schuster or Allen Robinson. And the whole thought behind that on offense is you need to like get another playmaker so you can do whatever you want to do with Debo. If you want Debo to be more of a receiver and not have to put him in the backfield all game long, go get you a Melvin Gordon so you can have a Melvin Gordon, Eli Mitchell, two-headed monster in the backfield. Melvin Gordon being that playmaker that maybe Eli isn't. If you want to still use that wild card as having Debo in the backfield, you go get another playmaking receiver like a Juju or Allen Robinson. So when Debo's in the backfield, you actually could like have options on the perimeter. You might even like play action to Debo to a real receiver, because when Debo's in the backfield, it's 100% a run to him. You can kind of put some doubt in people's head if you had another playmaker at the wide receiver spot. What do you think about those two on offense? Either one of them, both of them, either one. Like, you choose which direction you want to go.
I would not sign a running back. Like I said, in theory, like I get the Saquon idea, but I would not sign a running back to any kind of significant dollars. Like, go re-sign Raheem Mostert and let him split carries with Elijah Mitchell if he can stay healthy.
Okay,
like that's what I would rather do.
Yeah, Kyle.
And then
I
think
yeah.
I think Allen Robinson's going to get a lot of money from like the Patriots or something like that. I love the Juju Smith-Schuster idea. Like, I love that idea. I just think, like, you saw what Juwan Jennings did in this offense when he was featured a little more, and I think Juju Smith-Schuster could be just a way more talented version of that. I would overpay. I would overpay a little bit for Juju. for sure.
Kyle's
Like, he's
cat
just
is
big,
licking
he's
his ear.
physical,
That's what's
he's-
happening right now.
He is the neediest cat in the universe, and he was clawing at my legs, and it started to hurt, which is why I let him jump up onto my lap, and then he made his way up here. No, but Juju, just like with how big and physical he is, and just like the way he plays, I just think he would fit in their offense like really, really well.
I love that. I love that idea.
I'm so in on Juju.
Yeah.
I've been in on Juju. Count me in as a Juju guy.
Is it legitimate? Like, is it? You think there's a shot for that?
I think so. I think they have other needs they need to address before they get to receiver. Because if you have Debo, Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, I think emerged really nicely this year.
I do.
Yeah. So they could definitely, like, if they think that Trey Lance is going to be that dude, and you are really going to continue using Debo more as a running back, and you think you need another dynamic playmaker on offense, I think the Juju Smith-Schuster thing is very, very real. Very real.
And I feel like I've heard that. I mean, he's a California guy, so he'd love to be back home or whatever the case. I feel like I've heard there's been a connection in the past, but I don't know. I could be just making things up. Now, on the other side of the ball, Kyle, I've said a couple times, if good old Eddie D was there, I could guarantee you Stephon Gilmore and Tyrann Mathieu would be on this team next year. I could promise you that. But those are two guys that I look at. Stephon Gilmore, I don't, you get in the scheme and how the Niners play defense. I don't know how that works. I just know he's a great cornerback, and I love for them to see if they can make that work. And Tyrann Mathieu, he may get franchised in Kansas City, but they said he's been talking like he's, he thinks he's done out there. And Tyrann would take Tart's place, correct? Not Jimmy's. Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, yes, correct.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. That's the playmaker I'm talking about.
So the thing with like scheme and stuff, I think D'Amico Ryan showed this year he's brilliant, and I think that you just get good players in, and I think scheme wise he would figure it out. Stephon Gilmore with his injury stuff, and he's in his early 30s now. Like I don't love that necessarily. I think if you're gonna go spend money at cornerback, just throw the kitchen sink at JC Jackson from New England. I just, if you're going to go all in at corner, you're going to make an investment, just do it. Like, because all of a sudden, if you have JC Jackson and Ambry Thomas outside and you kick Emmanuel Mosley inside, or if you feel good about Diamador Lenore, like it's just about depth. And if you can find a really high quality starter, and now Ambry Thomas is your third corner or Emmanuel Mosley is your third corner, like now you feel really good about that group. Plus what they're doing along the defensive line. When I circle like potential free agents they could sign, JC Jackson is the one that just is at the top of my list. They've not made a major investment at cornerback ever in the Lynch and Shanahan tenure. I mean, there was the Richard Sherman thing, but he was coming off the Achilles and negotiated his own contract. And I think if they were ever going to do it, now's the time to do so, because I think if you put like a legit number one corner like Jackson in this defense, they become a really, really, really difficult unit to move the ball on.
I like that.
It's Kyle Madson. I want to mention this. How it feels like obviously there's a ton of time left to talk about this as the offseason literally just started. Someone who's really got a benefit from sticking around is D'Amico Ryan, right? The fact that he's got a year of play calling under his belt, and I would argue the first year is pretty successful. Experience can only help him moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that's part of why he removed himself from the Minnesota job, removed himself from the running for that, or he just caught wind that it wasn't going to be him, and so he dropped out. But I think that he could wind up being the number one like head coaching candidate next year. Or at least he should be. If they put together a defensive effort like they did this year, and if they're even better, you get some more talent on that side of the ball, and they put together another deep playoff run in Trey Lance's first year as a starter with their defense playing as good or better than it did this season. Like, yeah, that's because it wasn't like the Niners were, they have good players on defense, but it's not like they were this loaded defense that like, Yumi and Kenny could have coached them to a top 5 unit. They had to scheme, like they had to do stuff And the way they shut down Aaron Rodgers in the divisional round, like I just don't know how you watch that and go, oh yeah, I don't want that guy to be my head coach. And I just think another year is only going to bolster his credentials for sure.
Real quick, because I know we have to get out of here, but you would know this better than I would, Kyle. I say all this stuff about going shopping, assuming they're gonna have money because Jimmy will be gone, and I'm no disrespect, praying D Ford's money will be gone. What kind of money are the 49ers looking at having this offseason?
It depends. Depending on they could restructure a bunch of deals too and kick some money down the road to give themselves more room this year. But they could wind up with upwards of, we were looking at it last night, like 40, 45 or 50 million in cap space, like plenty to do some real damage in free agency for sure.
I need all of that. I need all of that.
I'm glad my cat bounced just in time to be
just
done.
in time to say goodbye. That's Kyle Madson, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, host of Candlestick Chronicles, where you could get here on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from, and of course his tremendous writing on Niners Wire. You died yesterday. I don't know if you're aware of that. I brought you up on the show, and you got that's the universal sign.
I did.
Yeah. So we're happy you're back to life, but I realize there's probably not much reason for us to talk every week. But you're welcome on anytime you want. So,
dude, I'm going to be
bye.
available Friday at 2:20, and if you want me to jump on and talk Kings or baseball lockout or whatever, like I'm in.
Dude,
you let me know.
Okay.
No, he's not getting the Jimmy no more. Okay, bring it back. Yeah,
okay, just to be clear, you can come on next Friday 2:20. We're not talking about the baseball lockout. Kyle will be back with us. Maybe we'll just talk about random stuff. Maybe we'll talk about pineapple shirts. Who knows? But James Ham joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Next-ish. Not exactly next, but next-ish. Casey, you want to take this one? I'll take the one in 10 minutes.
Yeah, let me slide real quick.
Oh, man. Everything go well today?
See you later, Kyle.
Yeah. All right, see you, man. Yeah, it was a lot quicker than I thought it was gonna be. Like we carved out an hour and we were done in like 20 minutes.
Oh, nice.
So
nice.
We ate some food and then I was like, oh, I got time to get home. So I did.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no,
videos,
for sure.
I mean, we were prepared for the phone, obviously, but the video is always more fun. We got the cat appearance either way, so
yeah, that's Catrick Willis there in that photo.
Catrick Willis.
This was Stephen Purry that was sitting up here.
I like it.
Yeah,
that's why am I not surprised that those are your cat's names?
You didn't know that?
I don't think I did.
How did you not know that?
I think I knew Catrick Willis. I don't think I knew Stephen Purry.
Yeah. Good cats.
So
I got them. So here's what sucks about my cats. I got them because when I lived in Arizona, I just lived by myself and I wanted pets. And I was gone too often to have a dog. But cats, like, you can just freaking leave them.
You can leave. Yeah.
Like they'd
probably prefer you leave. Yeah.
Yes. They're like, you're gone for the weekend. Great. Fill up this food and bye.
Yep.
But like, I got them because I was like, okay, well, you don't get as attached to cats and it's just kind of whatever. Dude, I adore my cats. Yeah. Like they greet me at the door and like they sleep on the bed. I mean, they're super personable. So
that's awesome.
Now I'm attached to them. Even if I wanted to pawn them off on somebody, I couldn't.
That's awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right.
Yeah, man.
Well, appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you guys. Everything good with you?
Yeah.
I like your hoodie.
Cap's not dead either.
No.
I guess that's the gimmick now.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Kenny size, man. This is medium. That's why I don't wear it often. It's not the most. I need a little more room in my hoodies. Kenny likes like a slim cut hoodie. This one.
Sure.
I put this on. I was
medium
like,
doesn't fit you with a lot of room.
A lot of room. Hood. No, it fits me. It's just with a hoodie.
You size up with the hoodie.
I want a little more room with a hoodie.
Okay,
yeah.
That's fair.
It's not like I can't squeeze it on. It's just like,
okay.
It's not a dress shirt. You know what I mean? Yeah. It ain't what is the dress code, by the way? Like, I know you said it's casual. Is casual?
I mean, like business casual.
I mean, I'm going hard.
I'm wearing a suit. Yeah, that's
Oh, okay.
well, Heather was like, yeah, we're doing like all the groomsmen will have suits. I'm gonna wear a vest, we'll have ties and stuff. Pants required. But as Heather, I was like, what do you want Damian to wear? And she's like, I'm not worried about it. So
what's the colors again? Not that I'm matching, but I want to make sure I
slate blue and blush. Like Dusty
Jesus
Rose.
Christ. Okay, Kyle. Have a good day.
What do you want from me?
I don't
bro?
even know what those colors are. What is Dusty?
Dusty. It's like a blush color.
No, I because I built.
It's like,
I'm building.
Hey, you see your pink bottle back there, like the foil on it. It's kind of like that color.
Okay, I'm building from the bottom to the top, so I already got the shoes.
Okay.
So we're just married to that now because these
What
aren't
shoes
the
are you
type
gonna
of.
wear?
I'm not saying on the live stream, but they're good. They're good. They're good. They're good.
Oh yeah.
If you rolled into my wedding in some Concords, I would die.
They're good.
All right.
They're better. But I know you have an attachment to Concord, so that's
I do.
Good. What size are you again?
10 and a half.
I'm
10.
not ready for those to come back out
10 and a
again.
half.
Okay.
It's about time.
Big Concords.
It's been about what, 10 years? It's time.
I don't have a favorite pair
the
of Jordans.
45s came out like a couple years ago.
That's right. Yeah, it was about 4
I'll
years.
never forget when LeBron dropped those home and away shoes. And Damian's like, yeah, he dropped 2 pairs. There's a home pair and an away pair. I was like, you got both pairs? And he's like, yeah, I got both pairs.
Well, because one shoe was white and one shoe was black. And if you wanted 2 white shoes, you had to get the home and away pair.
Right.
So
Dude,
I bought them.
He got you.
And I formed a white pair of shoes and I gave the black pair of shoes to someone.
Yeah.
But aren't they both well, obviously they're not, but the same shoe is black?
No, it's like left, right. We've
Shoe?
got to do a show.
Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Goodbye, guys.
Bye. H to the OV. I guess even back then you could call me
CEO of the ROCO.
fresh out the frying pan into the fire. We welcome you here to this commercials be damned edition of D-Lo and KC. These Friday shows have really gotten out of hand. Now we've got Kamara in the mix. Kamara was far from done. Kamara would still be talking if I hadn't wrapped that up. Like Kamara can go. Like there are some times I'll go to listen to the Uncultured Bias podcast and it's like 2.5 hours. Kamara, my walk ain't that long, man.
Yeah, that's a Joe Budden episode right there. That's a Joe Budden box.
Like that's my walk throughout the week, and then I get behind on the King's Beat podcast, or
yesterday, man. It was unfortunate scheduling for them because they had to do it before the Warriors game. So all the goodwill that they were that might have been talked about, it was just blown.
Gone. Yeah, it's gone. James will be with us, of course, one half of the King's Beat podcast and creator of the King's Beat. He'll be with us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Obviously, with the Kings losing yesterday, they played a better team. You can get in your feelings about how many games the Kings have lost. Yep, rightfully so. Like I understand that you could be frustrated with the team's play. I understand that, rightfully so. Certainly would never tell any fan to feel how they feel about their team. I didn't go into last night's game thinking, oh, they're going to beat the Warriors. I was hoping they would not suck. Like, just go in there and compete. Like, don't go out there and embarrass yourselves. And I don't feel like they really, I don't think they did that at all. They did things that they normally do. You know, they turned the ball over a few too many times. They made some mistakes here and there. I know we talked about Davion. We're going to talk a lot about Davion, a lot more, I should say, about Davion when James Ham joins us coming up here right around the top of the hour. But, man, my dude is struggling, man. Richaun is having a really hard time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's his wind. I don't know if it's, missing so much time. I don't know if it's the trade deadline. I don't know what it is, man, but 4 points like he had 4 shot attempts last night. Maybe that's the Golden State Warriors defense, but it just kind of fits that Richaun hasn't been clicking.
Nah,
he hasn't been clicking since his return.
This isn't the Richaun Holmes that we know and love. This isn't him. I don't know, like I said, if he's still trying to get used to the goggles, at the COVID,
Man, he's missed a lot of games this year.
Really affected him, but this ain't Richaun Holmes. Something's up. Something is off with him because he's a way better player than what we've seen since he came back from COVID. I guess that was the last injury. I thought it was COVID and the eye, but he came back from the eye, played a game or two, and then got COVID. Huh?
He came back. Yeah, his season is in. He missed 2 games because of the first eye. No, he missed 3 games because of the first eye poke. And I think this is right. He misses the next 7 with the second eye poke. Comes back, plays, it looks like 5 games, and then he goes into health and safety protocols, and that's like 8 games. His last 7 games, 9 points, 12 points, 10 points, 8 points, 9 points, 4 points. Yeah, that's 6 games.
That's not right.
I mean, even shot attempts, 6, 11, 6, 5, 8, 4.
Well, I think you had a situation like the Nets game where I don't even think he finished the game. He didn't close it out. Damian Jones closed it out.
That's right.
I'm sure, well, they haven't been in too many close games, but I'm sure there's been other games like that as of late. And that's just, and it's been warranted due to the fact that just at the time, like Damian is just playing a little better, right? But like I said, that's not Richaun, man. What we're seeing is not Richaun, and you got to be thinking that he's dealing with something because I'm 100% in confidence saying he's much better than what's been going on. So something's bothering him.
And I hope he can, whether it's whatever it is, I hope he can snap out of it, man. I hope he can get going again. Whether because it doesn't feel like it's a rhythm thing, but far be it from me to question whether that's what it is or it isn't. Because he did, his biggest outing since returning on January 16th, which was right around the time everything went to hell, or further to the depths of hell for the Sacramento Kings. He had a 17-point game in there. He's had a handful of double-digit games, certainly nothing like, we've seen in the past, a 27-point outing, 22-point outing, right. 21 point. It's certainly nothing like that. But, I felt like, all right, it's after that Milwaukee game, we know what happened in that game. All right, he's in a better spot. Mm-hmm. Let's see if we could build off this. And it was the exact opposite.
Well, I do think that like rhythm and having a feel could be the biggest thing. Like, I don't think and I'm not saying you're saying this, I don't think he's hurt necessarily.
No, I don't either.
But I think that, getting his win back from COVID, that could be one thing. But also like just getting a feel, getting in a rhythm of the game, just sometimes like, I'm not saying, I don't know what it is. I'm not saying it's this, but sometimes like, go out and play, because I've had these things happen and your legs just feel like noodles, like for no reason, right? Like I used to have this thing.
I do that when I don't play. Right. Hey, what's going on here?
For no reason. Like they just don't feel right. There used to be a thing when I was playing, like no matter how tired I was, it was probably a little superstitious. So like, don't take a nap before the game. Because the couple times I did it, I'd take a nap, I'd wake up, and I just didn't feel right. Like I wasn't where I wanted to be. And I'm not saying he's taking naps or anything. I'm just saying there are times when it's like you're there physically, there's an issue, you're trying to figure it out, but you just can't get it right, and you can't find the right pocket to, get your game where you want to get. And that's what I feel from Richaun right now.
Okay.
And hopefully, like you said, hopefully he gets it soon, man. Hopefully he gets it tomorrow, starting tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully he can find it, because the All-Star break's coming up, so you're gonna need to talk, because I feel like I got this massive sneeze coming on. It's like right there. It's just
go ahead, handle it.
I don't. It's like it stopped as soon as I said sneeze. It went away. That was like the equivalent of sneezing just by saying the word sneeze.
I was gonna start talking about belly. I was just like, you sneeze, I'll talk about belly.
It'd be a good call. Solid opening scene there. The All-Star break is around the corner.
That's like another week off.
Like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, hey, y'all, Richaun found his rhythm. Crap. We're off a week. Like somebody organize a really competitive 5-on-5 so Richaun can get some run. I'm really, really sorry to do this. We got a little bit carried away today. We've got to take a quick commercial break. We'll step out. We'll come back. When we return, James Ham will be with us. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss James Ham and D'Lo and KC here for the final hour of the week next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right. We've got to take our last commercial break, folks.
Wait, what is he doing? What is he doing?
That's Ravishing Rick Rude. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, not him. Oh, man, remove him. Yeah, not me. All right, here we go. 13th round here with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Go check out the link on my Instagram, and you can, peruse around and see what you like from the Meister library and see what you like in maybe get one of these nice little watches too. But 13th round, here to talk about a little boxing. We got a nice fight this Saturday night in Las Vegas. Keith Thurman going up against Mario Barrios in the welterweight division. Barrios, last time we saw him going up against Gervonta Davis. Gervonta smacked him around a little bit as the fight went along. That was a tough look for Mario, but I like Mario Barrios. I think he's a good fighter. He's moving up. This is his first fight at welterweight, and I think he's a game opponent. On the other side, you got Keith one-time Thurman. We should call him Keith used to be one-time Thurman because he ain't been one time in about 5, 6, 7 years at this point. This is a fight maybe for his career. If he wins this fight against Barrios and he does it convincingly, he can put himself back in the discussion with the Errol Spence, with the Terrence Crawford, those guys, and say, hey, I need those fights. Udonis Ugas. He can put himself in those type of categories. If he doesn't look impressive, or heaven forbid for him, he doesn't win. I heard my guys talking about it on the Corner podcast. They're right. He's just another guy at this point. Matter of fact, he's food for the young guys coming up. He's food for Virgil Ortiz. He's food for Jerron Boots Ennis instead of being a contender. He's got to win this fight. And I agree with those guys. He's got to win it impressively because if he lets a guy like Mario Barrios come into welterweight in his first fight in the welterweight division and handle him, hang around, it's a bad look for one time. It's a lot on the line for him, man. Unfortunately, this thing is on pay-per-view. I'm not a fan of this one being on pay-per-view. This should be a Fox national TV broadcast. But if you watch it, I think you'll get a good fight. Leo Santa Cruz is also on the card. So that's what's going on. My prediction is going to be Keith Thurman by split decision. I'll say split decision. Keith Thurman will get the win. That's the 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway.
There's Hammer.
Hello, friends.
What's up, James?
And what's going on, big dog?
What's going on, gentlemen? Is that a Minnesota Twins hat?
Oh.
What?
I was telling people this before. I like Major League Baseball hats. So I will wear any hat but a Dodgers hat. You will never see me in a LA Dodgers hat. Other than that, everybody else fair game, man.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I even have an A's hat. I don't hate the A's the way A's fans hate the Giants.
Yeah, because I love the A's. I hate the Giants. I do.
A's fans hate the Giants, and the Giants are kind of like, we ain't really tripping. It's almost like Niners and Raiders fans almost. Raider fans hate the Niners, and the Niners are like, it's not really that big of a deal.
No, we save our hate for the Dallas Cowboys fans.
Cowboys, Packers, Seahawks, Rams, all those teams.
I'm gonna tweet this out. Join us. There we go.
We should be coming back any second.
All right.
Or a minute 15. What the hell do I know?
I'm sure you're obnoxious.
Everyone thinks the Rivals fan base is obnoxious.
The people that say that, they're always like, yo, this team's fan base is the worst. No.
You know, when I see the split bill hat, the A's half Giants, I just
sacrilegious.
Like I want to punch somebody. Like, I'll punch a fool. Yeah. No, that's no bueno in my book.
No, you're in here daily talking about the Niners. John Poles daily talking about the Niners. Raider fans, don't act like you're bigger than it now. You are obsessed with the Niners daily.
I've got a giant cup.
Okay, we're coming back, guys. Live on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, on Facebook Live. You can watch us. You can listen to us on 1320 AM as well. We appreciate you so much for being here with us. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And we welcome in 1320 Kings Insider and the creator of the Kings Beat, our man James Ham. How you feeling on this Friday, my friend?
Hammer time.
Yeah, I'm all right. You know, too much like rumor and innuendo going around. I'm prepped for like this to spin out of control and ruin my whole weekend. But yeah.
What's the rumor you hate the most?
What is the rumor I hate the most? I got to be honest. I'm not a Julius Randle guy.
Really?
Yeah. I'm just. I think he's good, but I don't know that he's the type of player you build around. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, but that's the one that stands out. That's like, well, that, and I'm not a Jeremy Grant fan either. At least you're a little bit younger and the contract's better when it comes to Randle. I just I hate to give up on Fox for, I don't even know. I don't think that's a lateral. I don't think that. I think Fox has the potential to be a better player.
The interesting thing that you said it, somebody else said it, and I think Damian pushed back when it was said before. I feel like it's a misnomer to think you're building around Randle. I think you're building around Tyrese Haliburton. And Randle is a complementary piece, or you would hope it would be, to Tyrese Haliburton. I understand the concerns, but I don't want Fox to leave either. But I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Every time, and they're not winning, so it's tough to really equate to it, but every time I see Davion Mitchell continue to have success with Tyrese Haliburton, it's like, why hasn't it happened with Fox?
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but at the same time, look, Davion is getting an opportunity here that he didn't get, really. He didn't get to go play 5 straight games starting alongside De'Aaron Fox, so we haven't really seen that. And then, that's kind of on Ty.
Good point.
Ty acquiesces to De'Aaron. That's on him. They keep telling him. De'Aaron told him himself, man, keep doing what you're doing. So, look, I think it would be interesting if we got to see De'Aaron with Donovan more. We don't see that hardly at all, ever. And, to be honest with you, Davion is quietly improving as a three-point shooter. He's quietly being a really nice catch-and-shoot guy that I think plays really well with what Fox brings to the table. If you're relying on Buddy Hield to, shoot threes for you, that hasn't worked out so well. At some point, you got to rely on someone else to do that. And I think I looked at the 5-game stretch here that Davion has been a starter. I don't think we can expect 19.8 points per game and 5 assists, whatever it is. He's shooting, I think, 38% from 3. The thing that surprises me is he's averaging 7.2 3-point attempts per game. And that's what we've been waiting for. Like, that's where this team can easily, quickly replace a guy like Buddy Hield if he is traded. So I like what Davion brings, but even if De'Aaron Fox goes, Davion isn't my starter long term. I mean, at least in the short term. Like, I need to go out for next season and bring in somebody. You know, like we just saw Norman Powell get traded. That's a deal that, like, look, if you know you're moving away from Buddy, if you know that you might move away from Fox, that would have made a lot of sense. A veteran shooting guard that knows his role, that does his thing, that plays some defense, that, you know, has some qualities that, you know, who's a winner, who's played on good teams. That's sort of the type of guy I would go get to put next to him. And it's not because I see Davion as like he's always got to be a third guard. I just see him as a 6 foot tall 2 guard. And that's not typically what you get for a starter. And while he's doing great over a 5-game stretch, that is in the biz what we like to call a small sample size. And, you know, teams will adjust. They adjusted the other night, like Golden State adjusted last night and took him away in the second half. And you got to figure out how to get around that and how to make adjustments. He's just going to need time.
You don't sound impressed with Davion. I've been impressed, and you've basically thrown the last 2 editions of D'Lo and Casey in the garbage with the last 4 minutes of you talking have thrown my last 2 shows in the garbage.
I like him. I see players and their limitations, and am I pleasantly surprised that he's played as well as he has? Yeah. You know, we know he's going to be a good defender. He's going to bring it on that end. And there are certain times when I watch him and I see Ty Lawson. And then there are other times where I'm like, okay, look, Ty Lawson averaged like almost 10 assists a game. Ty Lawson was an elite distributor. He did play in the pick and roll a lot. But then, you know, you look at some of the offensive plays that we've seen from Davion in the last couple of games. And, you know, those big, gigantic hammer dunks by Damian Jones or Chimezie Metu. He does have a lob game. He's got to show more of it. He's got to grow. He's got to, you know, get better with his floater and add some wrinkles to his game. But I also look at him as a 23-year-old rookie. So, like, if you're a 23-year-old rookie, you should be able to step in and play 25 minutes a night and average over 10 points a game and do the things that he's doing. Like, I don't want to take away from him, but that's an honest assessment. Like, you know, if he's 19 and he's doing what he's doing right now, I'm like, oh boy, we got something. But we're talking about a 23-year-old dude. I mean, he's like 2 years older than Ty Haliburton. So yeah, that's all.
You know, James, I you know, much like you know, see comments and, you know, when rumors come out and talking about De'Aaron Fox or even talking about Tyrese Haliburton or anything like that. I don't know if baffled is the right word. Even here in the chat, like when you mention the possibility of moving on from Fox or whatever, how adamant people are that no, you can't do that. Like, you cannot do that. And I'm sitting here like, this team, this franchise, whether we like it or not, hasn't won anything in 15 years. It's going on 16 years. They're 19-36. Is that the
something like 35, 36?
Every
30.
single person on this roster in the front office, if you could, the ownership group, should be in question. Like, there is nobody that you just say, well, we can't discuss that. No. If somebody wants to discuss anybody, I'm listening and I'm open to anybody. That's just something that I don't understand how anybody is just a full stop. And I love Fox. I love Tyrese. Even Tyrese isn't a full stop for me if I think I could change the misery that's been going on with this franchise for the last almost 2 decades.
Yeah, but I mean, I think some of the problem is that it's your evaluation of talent versus someone else's evaluation of talent. And that's where you kind of get into this thing like, look, like De'Aaron Fox is almost like the booby prize for so many years of misery. He's the one draft pick that works out. I'll tell you this. If De'Aaron Fox leaves, he will probably be the only King outside of maybe like Otis Thorpe that left the Sacramento Kings and went on to greatness, went on to much bigger and better things than what he did here, or at least back to where he was last year, or at least be successful and still be a 20-point-a-game guy every single season. Jason Williams had some success after he left Sacramento, but I don't know. I mean, he never reached the heights that he could have if he would have just kind of focused. Outside of that, can you name another player that left Sacramento and just went on to stardom? I mean, it could have happened with Cousins, but he blew his Achilles right afterwards. He had maybe 18 months of good basketball or 16 months of good basketball. But that's where I'm at. You're talking about a 24-year-old who has done nothing but say that he's committed to Sacramento, who just signed a 5-year extension and it isn't even through the first year of the 5 years. And this franchise is ready to bail on him. And you can hope that they do the right thing, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that they bring back equal talent, that fits a player arc with Tyrese Haliburton, and that's where I kind of cringe a little bit with Julius Randle. Because, he's 27. He just turned 27. He's under contract for, I think, 4 more years. At least 3 more years.
Yeah.
His contract is reasonable. But, again, you're looking at, a number 2, number 3 on a playoff team guy. And I think Fox still has that number 1, number 2 thing that he could get to. Although I'm as disenchanted with his behavior this season, the way he came into camp, the way he struggled, the way that he's sitting out games right now. All of that lends me to believe that, there's something more going on, even if it's behind the scenes in his own home. Not saying he has some sort of domestic situation, saying he's not right.
Something we don't know about. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't feel, well, even if it's that he's just taken this upon himself and he wears it off the court and, he's kind of in a shell somewhere. There's something else going on here that, a player doesn't get to 25-7 at 23 years old and then all of a sudden just completely collapse the next season. We just don't see that very often. And so, again, I think someone in here said, oh, well, Jeremy Grant is also 27. Jeremy Grant will be 28 in a couple of, next month. And then he wants another 4 years on top of the year that he has next year. You're looking at 5 years of Jeremy Grant. That's where I'm I'm not paying that dude till he's 33. And maybe the Kings are. But if this team, this franchise isn't willing or wasn't willing at some point to take on a guy like Tobias Harris and his 2 years at $80 million or $78 million, they certainly shouldn't be willing to pay basically Buddy Hield money plus for Jeremy Grant. I mean, again, he's going to be 28 years old next season. During the season, he'll turn 29, and the only thing he's ever done is put up 20 points a game on a bad team. So, at least Julius Randle's led a team to a playoff chase and stuff like that. At least Randle has that, but we're also talking about a guy who's been bounced around the league quite a bit, and I don't know. We'll have to see what happens.
You said this.
I was just gonna say, Damian. Though I'm gonna get James. I'm gonna get all those other people. He's an all-star, though. You'd be trading for an all-star.
Andrew Wiggins is an all-star.
Ben Simmons is an all-star. Y'all told me that.
But Ben Simmons was a 3-time all-star at age 24.
Hey, I'm just saying. Y'all told me the all-star, man. Y'all told me the all-star.
Yeah, and I would still take him any day of the week.
A hard guy, man.
No, I get what you're saying. I mean, you could even say the same thing about Sabonis. Sabonis is a one-time all-star, and if you look at his stats versus Julius Randle's stats, they're similar, right? Mm-hmm. There's not some glaring. One of them doesn't jump out so much better than the other. But at the same time, I'm just leery. I'm leery on giving up Fox unless you're getting something that is equal value. And I get it. The Kings might need to balance their roster more, but I think what it comes down to, I'm not trying to be rude about Davion Mitchell. I'm not balancing the roster because I've got Davion Mitchell. You just drafted Davion Mitchell with the 9th pick. And if you look at the rookie class, he's probably number 12, number 13 in the rookie class. I'm not trading De'Aaron Fox because I have Davion Mitchell putting up 20 points a game over a 5-game stretch. And that, again, it's not a knock. I think he's a rotational NBA player, and I think he'll be that for a good, 8 to 10 years. I think he's a solid NBA player, but he's not someone that you change your franchise for. I mean, you don't, like, if you had Jason Thompson on your roster, you don't go, you go draft another power forward if you got to. Like, you don't not draft a power forward because you got Jason Thompson on your roster. And Davion Mitchell is going to be maybe a little bit better than Jason Thompson overall as a player, but still in that range of, we're talking about a guy who's going to be in your rotation. He could start or he could come off the bench. We're talking about a top 6, top 7 guy. We're not talking about a top 1, top 2, top 3. And I'm not giving up my at least at this point, I look at De'Aaron Fox as a number 2 option on a playoff team. I'm not giving that up because, a young kid is doing at 23 is stepping in and, again, it's like in AAA, if you can get a 20-year-old at AAA, that's incredible. But if you got a 23-year-old at single A, he better rip the cover off the ball. He better hit a bunch of jacks. He's way older than everybody else. Like, he's a grown man and a lot of people aren't. So, again, like, it's just a weird situation to be in if you're the Kings. And I hope they do what's right, Like, do not look at this season at all. Do what's right.
I want to point out two things. One real quick with Davion. It's not like the Kings missed someone. Unless I'm missing something. Like, was there someone taken after Davion that it's like, oh, gosh, if the Kings had that, like, am I missing someone?
A couple guys.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we got to wait a couple.
Zaire Williams.
Yeah,
I mean,
we got to.
Zaire.
They're not awesome, but Duarte's pretty good. He could have been really good here.
Yeah, I mean, we got to look at guys like Moses Moody in 2 years, Alperen Sengun. We got to look at these dudes in a couple of years. And, like, look, I don't think Davion is a bad NBA player. I think he's actually going to be a really solid to good NBA player. But he's not someone that you change the direction of your franchise for. Tyrese Haliburton might be someone that you change the direction of your franchise for. He's someone who makes everyone around him better in a special way. And, that's just how I evaluate talent. And I think that Davion is again, he's kind of like Pat Bev to me. Like, could he be a little bit better than Pat Bev? I don't know. Pat Bev is really good.
Just
so,
what position is Duarte?
The shooting guard.
Oh, yeah. And shooting guard, small forward.
And Moody?
Small forward.
2-3.
Yeah, Moody's a 3.
Okay, dude.
Duarte's more of a 3.
We're really doing okay. All right, I'm gonna drop this because I feel like we're really doing a lot. If we're talking, because the complaint about is Davion is the fit, and now we're saying no, we should have drafted these other guards. What are we doing?
Well,
No, you're drafting a 3. Both of those guys to me are a 3. And you know what? To be honest with you, like if you gave them time to develop, both of those guys could have stepped in at 3 and allowed you to push Harrison Barnes to the 4.
What franchise you think you covering, big fella?
Yeah.
Which by the way, it goes back to something because you said it and you kind of rolled past it. You think the Kings have? Do you think that stuff about building around De'Aaron and Tyrese? Do you think that was lip service? Do you think they're ready to move on? Or do you think that's just?
You know what? Like,
too many rumors.
No, I'll say it this way. Like, I think when we were at, when I reported that DeMarcus Cousins was getting a new 5-year, $211 million extension, $209 million extension, like, I cleared that with everyone. Like, I got it from his agent. I got it from his guy. I got it from DeMarcus himself. I went to the Kings. I got it from them. I had it from every angle. The deal was done. So 2 weeks later, they trade him. And in that 2 weeks, DeMarcus had done enough to make them realize that, like, look, like, this isn't for us. So 2 weeks ago is roughly when we were reporting that the Kings hope to build around De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton. I had also say a lot has happened in 2 weeks. Not only has your team like literally become like not just like a dumpster fire, but like the dumpster fire, like flames are bursting out everywhere.
Not bigger than one.
But he also has decided not to play. And like all of these things play into it. Like, it makes you realize, it makes you rethink what you may have. And so I'm not saying that like this 2 weeks has decided everything, but at the same time, I think this 2 week period has shown you that if you're chasing that 10th seed, that's just, again, that's chasing windmills. That's some next level, bad Don Quixote stuff. Like you just can't sit there and keep thinking that, and even now they're like, oh man, Portland just dropped out. Maybe we can get that 10. Like, come on, man. If you're a 10 spot and you finish a season 15, 16 games under 500, you should just flat out be embarrassed. Like I
honestly feel like the league gets rid of the play-in if that happens.
I hope
15,
so, man.
16 games under 500. The league's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Not everything has a price. This is a bit much.
Yeah.
We'll get out of here.
Yeah, it's weird. I just think that the play-in right now is hurting. I think the Eastern Conference play-in's incredible. The Western Conference, I think it's just muddy in the waters, and you're going to get absolutely destroyed in the first game. Like I don't see a way around it. You're just not good enough.
So go ahead.
I was just going to say the conference is the conference is bad. So even if you're like if 10 is playing 9 ain't going to be very good either. They might not be as bad as 10. They ain't going to be good. Probably going to have 2 Los Angeles teams make the play-in under 500.
Yeah, well, I don't know. The Clippers just made a swing for the fence move. I mean, I think the Clippers got much better today.
Well, and shout out, and we were talking about this earlier. Shout out to Ty Lue and the Clippers for they could have easily have phoned it in, and they didn't. And they're trying to get something done, even though sure, swing for the fences. Sure, fences on this field are the 6th spot. Fences aren't competing with Golden State and Phoenix. Not this version of the Los Angeles Clippers. Now, maybe next year when the guys are back and healthy, you got a different story.
Yeah, I don't think we know what's going on with Paul George, but I think if you look at the way that they've held, and they could become a 4 or 5 seed by the end of the season if Paul George comes back in, say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Like he comes back after the break, you got a shot. And I know Kawhi is it would be like an outlier for him to come back. Like they don't think he'll be back, but there's always a possibility. Even still, we've been talking about this Kings, this theory that you need to get better for today and for tomorrow and the next day. I think the Clippers just got better for the next 3 years. Norman Powell is a legit number 3 scorer on a playoff team. So I think they just got better, and they'll be better, a lot better when he's allowed to be that, as opposed to, having to come in and probably be like a 24, 25 point a game scorer for a team that needs someone like him. But yeah, you put him with Kawhi and with Paul George, I think you got something. So I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, James, help me, remind me, there's a question I want to ask you later. I want to piggyback, but Damian, Kenny has a throwback question for James. Remind me of that. But I hear, a lot of people, it would be this huge mistake if the Kings finished around 10 or at 10 or anything like that. And I'm really indifferent with what they want to do. If they want to just punt on this season and prepare for the draft and the offseason and do all that, I'm fine with that. But I'm also fine with them continuing to, as a team, as a unit. I'm not saying trade your first round pick to try and get to the 10, but as a team, still keeping their goal in mind and still playing as if they want to reach that 10. And I asked you the question, what's the downside of Tyrese Haliburton, Davion Mitchell, and De'Aaron Fox, if he's still here, which I think he will be, playing in meaningful games? Whether the 2 teams that are playing against each other are 15 games under 500, there's something on the line. And I wouldn't look at them making the 10 seed and being in that spot. It'll be on ESPN, it'll be talked about. Maybe they'll be laughed at during that whole time, but being in the spotlight, I don't see a downside in them playing in those type of environments and getting those kind of reps and maybe whetting their appetite for something bigger in the future.
Yeah, like look, I get that. Like normally I'm all in, right? I'm all in like the experience. Don't tank. Don't go fully in the tank cuz once you go in the tank, it's really hard to be something different going forward, right? But that's when a team is like, 8 games, 9 games out under 500 at like the 20 game left in the season mark. Like this team is an absolute disaster. Like if you're playing for that, that's it. You're the only reason you're playing for a 10th spot this season is because all the other teams around you got the memo and they're playing for a better draft pick. That's the only reason why you're playing for a 10 seed. You're playing for a 10 seed because Damian Lillard decided to shut it down and have stomach surgery, and the Portland Trailblazers just dumped, 2 solid NBA players for players that they probably won't even use. And that's why you're playing, because no one else wants it. And you've got to realize that that's not really playing for the playoffs. If you're only going to win against the dregs of the NBA in the final 28 games of the season, that's the only thing you can do. The only thing you will do is beat bad teams. That's not really fighting it and having meaningful games, because you're getting your head kicked in every other game, or twice a week you're getting your head kicked in by real NBA teams, and then you're going in and beating the likes of OKC or some of these other teams. And so that's where I'm at. Like, there comes a point where that draft pick has tremendous value, and you're so much better with a top 5 pick than you are without one. This team needs more talent. They need the potential to have a star. And if you're going to give De'Aaron Fox up for someone who isn't really, really good or doesn't have the potential to get even better, then you really don't have any other option but the draft to go get a star, because you just shot your best shot. You just took your best asset and traded him, and you took either an equal or lesser value asset, because there's a big difference between a 24-year-old on a who has 4 years left and a 27-year-old who has 4 years left on his deal. Huge difference as far as what his value is on the open market. And so you're giving up your best asset. How do you get better from here? The only avenue you have to get better is that Davion and Haliburton show up and get better. Like, there is no way to sign free agents here other than not even mid-tier, but like third-tier free agents. There's no way to do it. So you have to trade for players. You have to draft right. So no, I'm not winning games just to win games and just to get someone some experience at this point. That ship sailed like 3 years ago. At this point, you've got to be bad the rest of the season, or you got to get a dude who is the guy that is gonna take you there. That's why like a Ben Simmons is someone that you bring in and you start building around instantly. And I know you might laugh, but we're talking about a 25-year-old who has the potential to be like the main cog on a team, or a guy like Sabonis. A guy like Sabonis can be someone that you can build around in a specific way, although I don't think he's a legitimate like star number 1. But still, that's what we're talking about. I just don't think that bringing in a guy just to say, look, we made a move. De'Aaron Fox is gone. Sorry, we pitched everyone here as he's the savior for the last 5 years, and now we just gave him away. But that's, sometimes we've got to do tough things. That's what we'll hear. And it's like, well, what did you do? Because I don't think you got any better if you got better for this year, that's not good, because it's not going to have carryover. If you got better for next season, that's a different deal.
So far, they've done nothing. And we'll come back. James Ham will continue to eviscerate the hopes and dreams of Sacramento Kings fans as we return here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. James got the literal tea. Yeah, breaks. I'm getting Kenny a clock. Like, we got to get Kenny a clock.
We were already down. I had a clock. It was 28, right? Or if Jesse's saying something, I couldn't see nothing.
Oh.
You asked your question. Your question took 2.5 minutes. It got to James at 27, and I hit Jesse. We're not getting out at 28.
That's my bad. I wasn't looking. Plus I didn't. I didn't know
the clock. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. Today's been really bad on the clock.
Yeah.
Like bad. I am very. By the way, shout out Deuce and Mo here in the chat. Someone made a Pat Beverly comparison, and Deuce jumped in here like, hey, we're not doing that.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, like I know, like people are upset that I devalue Mitchell, and like I just don't have rose.
Well, I don't think
glasses in.
Yeah, I don't think it's devaluing. It's just
pouring cold water.
Being real. Yeah, that's it. No, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is.
No, I mean, I think that there's a lot of ways that this team, like, there's no reason to swing for the fences right here with, like, veteran players.
Some of y'all have caught on to that. That's pretty funny.
What's that?
That I'll start moving the pen around if I'm trying to get us to break. I'll start doing this, and I've never told anyone before it. It just is a coincidence that, like, if I do this, yeah, that's funny that y'all caught on that. That's funny.
I have a tendency, like, so when I'm on camera and I'm on TV, I glaze over into the lens, and I just get transfixed, and I'm focused, and I don't see anything else on the outside. I find that on this and on the Kings beat, I let my eyes wander too much, and so I was trying to fix in a little bit, and I wasn't watching the screen down to the side of you.
It's hard to like, even like when it's just me and Kenny, I'm looking at Twitter in front of me, or the rundown over to my right. Like, it's hard to stare straight ahead at because I put you, like, the screen is in a weird spot because I have Kenny directly under the camera, and you're just kind of like slightly to the side.
Kenny's under my camera as well.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys? I'm under the camera.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and people were asking, like, look, De'Aaron Fox, like, we talk about this. Are you hurt or are you injured? He's not injured. He's had an MRI. The medical staff has given him a clean bill of health. His decision to not play is his own. It's not the team. The team was surprised by the fact that he was not able to play. They're surprised that he took his 7th game off. Although at this point, I don't think anyone is surprised, because that's just kind of where this thing looks like it's going. But he didn't refuse to play, as in a coach looked at him and said, hey, De'Aaron, go in the game. And like, hey, no, I'm not going in. That is what Marvin Bagley did. Marvin Bagley said, I prefer not to. He said, I prefer not to. But when
is that really what he said? Please tell me that was it verbatim.
No.
Please tell me he said, I prefer not to.
No, that's a line from a short story, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's way funnier if you envision Marvin. I prefer not to.
I prefer not to.
Thank you, though.
Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to Fox, like, he has medical clearance to play. He says, I am not going to play until I'm 100%. Every time I go to make a cut, I feel something. I'm not going to do it. My ankle's been beat up for 2 years. But, like, when your coach says during the first game that if it were a playoff game, you could play, and we are literally 7 games in after that, and you still haven't played, like, I don't know what to make of that. So, so did I say that he refuses to go in the game? He's refusing to play. He's saying, no, I'm not going to play. So.
Is it? Yeah. So he just goes out there and works out. What's he look at Alvin and go? Because Alvin calls him a game time decision every day.
No one's even seen him work out in the last couple of games. Like, no one's seen him go and out on the court and try to fire it up. So, and see, okay, so Nick O.
Yeah.
Is surgery on the
table? Hang on. We'll address that on the air.
Okay.
on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. McQueen and the Violet Fog are giving away a $500 gift card to create your ultimate big game watch party. For your chance to win, visit the contest page at ESPN1320.net and learn more. Again, that's ESPN1320.net. Visit the contest page for your chance to win a $500 gift card, courtesy of McQueen and the Violet Fog. So we hit the pause button. The conversation was going pretty hard there during the commercial break about De'Aaron Fox and the fact that he's not playing basketball. There's a question that popped up here on youtube.com/ESPN1320, and I want to get to that question that our man Nick O asked you, but I want to point one other thing out that you mentioned. He's a game time. It feels like for the last
2 weeks.
Well, like I think he's been ruled out earlier a couple of times, and then he started becoming a game time decision. And I asked you, is De'Aaron out there like warming up, working out, and then he looks at Alvin and goes, "No, I can't do it." Like what's happening in that sense?
Okay, so this is what so the last couple of games, it's been he's a game time decision. There was even one game where Alvin said that he's out, but it was like nudge, nudge, wink, wink, ask him that question again. And it's like, okay, like what's going on there? And I guess I didn't ask the question the right way, but the reality was he was a game time decision that game as well. But like no one saw him come out on the court at Golden One Center on Wednesday night. Let's see, today's Friday. Yeah. So Wednesday night when they were playing Brooklyn, no one saw him come out and try to go through a pregame workout. Now it's possible that he went into the practice facility and did his workout and said, yeah, I can't go. But we don't know. Like, and then again, I don't think anyone saw him work out. They were seeing him when they were on the road. They were seeing him work out for sure. And to get, so we don't know, like, but a game time decision, the team doesn't have to release a starting lineup until 6:30. So at this point, we get that he's a game time decision. We tweet that out when Alvin talks, and then we sit there and wait for him to either be in the starting lineup or not. So we usually get a medical update followed by a starting lineup. The last game, the Golden State Warriors put out the Kings starting lineup before the Kings put out a medical update or a starting lineup. And so I already knew that Fox wasn't playing before the Kings even put it out. That's just because the Warriors are like advanced. I mean, they have like a team of like 47 people working in PR. So they're on top of this stuff. But to me, like this is like, it's the strangest situation that I've seen covering this team. It's one thing if a guy has an injury and he's taking longer to get back or something. And so you're like, it's 4 to 6 weeks, but here we are. Like Marvin was out like 7 weeks with a thumb injury. So you're like, when is he coming back? When is he going to come back? That kind of thing. But with Fox, it's different. It's up to the player. He's telling the team he is not available to play, that his foot hurts.
So the question on youtube.com/ESPN1320 from Nick O is, Ham, is surgery on the table for De'Aaron Fox?
Like, look, I don't have the MRI, but I can tell you this. The MRI was clean, which means there isn't anything structurally wrong in the ankle. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have some scar tissue that's causing some weird inflammation or anything like that. Like I told the story about how I broke my ankle in a basketball league. If I wear heavy shoes or stand on my feet too long, my left ankle swells up the size of a cantaloupe every single time. There's nothing I can do about it. Still, like, and I broke my ankle. My wife was pregnant with my 18-year-old, so it's been that long. So like there are things that he has to deal with as an NBA player because he's taken some abuse. The physical abuse on your body as an NBA player is tremendous. But he's also a guy who goes to the Harrison Barnes school of maintaining your body. He's in the ice tank. And if he's not, then that means that he gets done with the game and like runs to Taco Bell, like stops at the grocery store, like might hang out and like talk on his phone in his car, and then finally come back and do his media session because we're waiting like an hour and 15 minutes while he's getting treatment. That basically he could go to like shop at the Galleria by that point and come back and like, hey, look, there he is. So if he's not doing that, if he's not maintaining his body, then I don't know. I mean, maybe he's just streaming Netflix on his phone in the locker room and hanging out and like, I just don't want to go out there and seeing if he'll wait us out. I mean, that's a possibility, but he takes between an hour and 15 minutes after the game to come out and do his media session every time. And the same goes for Harrison Barnes about 90% of the time. Every once in a while, he'll come and do his media session before he goes and hits the ice tank and stuff.
How do you think this whole thing is affecting, if at all, the players that are playing? You know, everybody that does go out there. I'm not asking you to answer anything about what they feel about the validity of it. I'm just saying, like, game time decision every time. Does it have them kind of like? Does it affect them, in your opinion, that they don't know from day to day whether or not De'Aaron's going to be out there?
No, because I think that's a little bit of a I don't know how to put it. Players know what's going on, but his teammates know what's going on. They haven't told us what's going on. No one's just like going off on him or saying anything. But they certainly have a better feel when they leave a shoot around. They know who's playing, who's not. They heard the game plan. They know what the game plan is for the night and who's going to be covering what and who's going to be doing what. All of that stuff. So they do know fully what's happening. So I don't think anyone's surprised. I just think that it's funny that the Kings are almost putting pressure and saying, well, it's a game time decision. Are you going to play? Are you going to go play? And he's like, no, I'm not playing again. So I don't even know if I fully answered it. The question from Nick O, the answer is like, there's nothing structurally wrong with his ankle.
There's nothing to operate on.
If there is something to have surgery on, it's something that would be something like a clean out or something like that, that many, many athletes have going wrong with their bodies. Like how many times do guys get clean outs on a knee during the off season and stuff like that? Most of those procedures are like, you're down for like 3 weeks at this point. It's all like micro incision and all that stuff.
Yeah, they say 3 weeks, but I don't think that's when dudes really come back feeling normal after having a vacuum cleaner running around the inside of your knee. KC, what was you had a question you wanted me to remind you of?
Just so everything that's going on, in Kingsland, De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Haliburton, who do you build around? Does this have any similarities, or does it bring back any PTSD for you for Tyreek and Kevin Martin?
Okay, so I didn't cover the Tyreek. That was a year before I started. I do know I've been around that situation. Like I knew Tyreek very well. It's totally different because Fox isn't that guy. Fox isn't a guy who's like, hey man, you're still in my thunder. Like you need to take a step back. And
Is that Kevin Martin or Tyreek?
No, that's Kevin Martin. No, Tyreek is like, I don't even know if he knew who Kevin Martin was. Like that's not who Tyreek is. Tyreek's like a bull in a china shop. He's got one job. It's to take ball and put it in hole. So that, I think that situation was totally different. Now I will tell you this, like we mentioned this either here or on the podcast. Me and Sean were talking about this, I think. We were in the locker room one time with Tyreek Evans, and it was like probably the first week of December, and the Kings were in it. It was like they were competing, and then out of nowhere, he, like in the middle of his scrum session, we're getting to the end of it, and almost like the Alvin Gentry thing where we're not quitters thing. He goes, oh yeah, and by the way, like I'm going to go in for procedure on like December 27th and I'll be out for 6 weeks. And we're like, what? He's like, yeah, I got plantar fasciitis and I'm going to go in and have, I think it's some sort of shock wave, or they're going to like sonic my foot or something, and I'm going to be out for like 6 weeks. And we're like seriously? We're like, look at the Chris Clark, a media director, like, hey man, what's going on? He's like, oh Jesus. All right, well, I guess we'll have a medical update for you tomorrow. Like, so there are players who like have issues that aren't just like that they deal with, like, but we haven't heard anything like that when it comes to De'Aaron. There is no plantar fasciitis. There is no ankle injury that would require surgery, let alone missing nearly 3 weeks of action. There's nothing that we've heard of. And they've done the tests and we've asked the questions, and no one has that answer for us.
Okay. What's Richaun's issue? Is it as simple as rhythm and flow, and he's missed so much, like we were looking at his game logs earlier, like he's had a tough season, man. It's just so sporadic.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we talk about this when we talked about like Marvin Bagley's growth, like his third year. It wasn't just that he played 13 games; it's that he played 13 games over like 4 different stretches, like total, and that's kind of how I feel with Richaun. Every time he got injured, or got COVID, got put on the health and safety. It was one of those things where you can't really continue to work out. And so every time he starts to get back into shape, then he'd get another injury or another setback. And it just kept like eating away the whole middle section of the season. He has he really does look like he's got no like flow and rhythm to his game for about half the time. But I'm also going to tell you that like this Kings team without Buddy Hield hitting threes, and with Chimezie Metu and Mo Harkless and guys like that playing major minutes, the spacing on the floor is done. Like even right now, like De'Aaron Fox is not going to go out there and be hugely successful if he was 100% healthy, because there is no spacing. And that's a problem. We're watching, like I was watching specifically in the Brooklyn game. On the defensive end, Holmes kept going up to the game plan was to get the ball out of Kyrie and James Harden's hands. So you had your guard, the pick would come, the big would go up and show hard, and that's why Nick Claxton had like a career high 23 points. But so that was really frustrating for Holmes, because then it's him who looks bad, right? Because someone else isn't rotating and taking the big while he's going out and showing. Now, when we got to the offensive side of the ball, I just watched James Harden go over and stand right in the key, right next to the key or right in the key the whole time, and take away the lane for the pick and roll. Because they were able to do that because the Kings started Mo Harkless and went to Chimezie Metu for the backup 4 minutes. And those guys, you go ahead and leave them open for threes. Now, did it cost them? Yes. Like Mo Harkless hit 1 or 2, Chimezie Metu hit 1 or 2, and that actually hurt them, and it helped the Kings win the game. But it also took away Richaun Holmes. And so I think teams are kind of just like, look, go ahead and let Chimezie Metu and Mo Harkless beat us if that's what happens. Just like the Kings are like, go ahead and let Claxton beat us. Normally, those guys, they don't beat you. They run out of energy. And so if you can take the pick and roll away from Tyrese, it really does limit what he does as a player. And that's what they're doing. Like we even saw Golden State did it a bunch, and when Tyrese would go to run at the rim, they have the guy diving in from the side, and Tyrese kept turning the ball over. They kept smacking down from the outside because they're not defending the guy in the corner. And so it's a little bit of a complexity. It would be easier if I had like a whiteboard to map out what they're doing to take away Holmes. But I think that's part of it. I think part of it is he's getting really frustrated because of that. And, we've even seen like in the Nets game, he started doing like back to the basket stuff. And that's just not him. They're trying to find ways to get him more involved. They're just really having a tough time doing it because of the rest of the roster construction and the way that they've played.
Well, I hope he gets it right. Me and Damian, we were talking about this earlier. Because what we see from him even, you talk about the schematic things of it, but just not that he's not trying, but he just doesn't seem like he's in rhythm. And whatever, is a roadblock for that. We hope he gets it done, gets it figured out soon, because it just doesn't look like he has the same feel for what's going on out there night after night. Because the things that you talk about, I'm sure teams have done before, and he's had enough feel, and he saw it coming 2-3 plays ahead and was able to make his adjustments or whatever. And right now he's just not seeing it. It seems like not seeing it, not feeling it. Plus you got to deal with who knows what happened from, recovering from COVID and things of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, and just keep in mind that, when Harrison Barnes is able to play major minutes at the 4, it changes the whole complexity of this. When you lose a Terrence Davis, when you have guys that aren't playing well, when Buddy Hield isn't hitting his shots like he hasn't for, he hit a couple of buckets the other night, but like realistically, they just aren't the same. You don't have to respect them the same. It really does make everything harder on the middle of the team. And that's why, like, we can specifically point to issues that this team has that are in their construction that are wrong. Like, you need 3 3-and-D guys for this team to work. You need 1 or 2 stretch 4s. You need a wing, a 3 that can stretch the floor and play defense. They don't really have one. Harrison Barnes isn't a true 3-and-D player. Is he a solid defensive player? Yes. Can he hit the 3 really well? Yes. But he's not that long, athletic 3-and-D guy who wreaks havoc and covers up for other guys. That's not who he is. And so they've got a bunch of issues to figure out. That's why, again, like I've talked about Robert Covington. That's why Robert Covington would have made sense, because at least you would have got to see what a legitimate like player archetype of a 3-and-D player looks like with this group of players. Space the floor, allow for Fox to have lanes to run in. Now it's just a mess. It's just it's kind of a muddied mess, and that's why guys like Richaun Holmes are just getting completely taken out of game plans, and then they don't look the same on the defensive side of the ball because they're not getting any touches on the offensive side.
Make sure you subscribe to the Kings Beat over at thekingsbeat.com. Subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get podcasts from, on the Odyssey app, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it may be. James, obviously, we'll be back at it again on Monday and on our way to the NBA trade deadline. Like, really this time, though. Like it's really almost here. If I asked you to put money on De'Aaron playing tomorrow night against Oklahoma City at Golden One, what do you think?
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it. Mm-hmm. I don't know that he'll play again before Thursday. And like I've said this, like if he's traded, we may have seen the last of De'Aaron Fox in a Sacramento Kings uniform already, and we didn't know it. Now I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm just being honest.
Wow.
Well, take that into your weekend, Kings fans. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us. As always, we appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button as well. If you're on Twitch, hit the heart, hit the alert button, let you know when we go live. If you're on Facebook, which one of you are, thank you to the one person watching on Facebook Live. We are slowly bringing Facebook back to life. Go check out the ESPN 1320 page. Great work from our producer, Jesse, as always, who you had a lot to deal with today. So, Jesse, appreciate you. Trysta, Kyle, Kamara Williams, and, of course, our man, James Ham. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Cut.
Yeah, there. Someone asked something. Someone said in the chat that I'm. Oh, here it is. Next level, King's next level. Ham is describing Grant, but doesn't like him. I like Jeremy Grant. I don't like Jeremy Grant at 5 years and $130 million when he's 28 years old. That's what I don't like. That to me is like, I think he's good. I don't think he's like better per se than Harrison Barnes. I think they're sort of on the equal plane of as far as NBA players, and that's a lot of money. That's basically giving, that's Harrison Barnes plus $10 million money. That's crazy talk. I don't know. I'm not giving just my opinion. I'm not giving a dude 100 or $28 million a year or whatever it is.
But who, like, when we talk about that deal, what are we talking about, right? Like, because if you trade, if it's Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley, and you trade Jeremy Grant, you don't have to sign him. Like, if it works, cool, it works. You signed him, you got a dude that can do that. If not, you just got Bagley and Buddy off your books.
No, they want Bagley, they want Buddy, and actually, they don't want Buddy at all. They want Bagley, they want Tristan Thompson, and they want at least one first-round pick. They want a
first-round pick.
Yeah, they want to dump their salary for next season and another first-round pick. That's what they're looking for in that deal.
They'll realize they're not going to get a first-round pick for Jeremy Grant. And I would say, even with that, like, if you're not going to use Bagley and Tristan in another deal, like that they're not forever. Like, you got probably till Thursday to use them, right? Because they're expiring this offseason.
Yeah.
So if you don't have nothing on the table to use for a bigger deal, go ahead and use it. Like, it's like a timeout at the end of the half. Like, you can't take their expirings with you. So
no, I agree. And Jeremy Grant wants 112 million. Doesn't mean he's going to get 112 million. And on top of that, he's under contract for next year at 18 million. So I'm not anti Jeremy Grant. And actually, I would love to see the Kings if they would have done this a month ago. If they would have put Jeremy Grant next to Harrison Barnes and had that be your two forwards, like that would have been fine. They wouldn't be in the same situation they're in right now. I guarantee it. And so, but you didn't do it. That's why, like, I was demanding that they do something in December, because it's not like you couldn't see this thing slipping away. I mean, it was fully slipping away. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you don't look at the schedule that's coming up, like, at some point you got to stop the bleeding, or you're going to bleed out all over the floor. And what we have now is someone like half a pint of blood left in them, and they're all purple, and you're like, oh boy, how are we going to, can we save them? Like, and the answer is like, no, you cannot save this team this year. And like,
I haven't been watching Dexter.
Yeah. I watch it all. Yeah. I do. I watch it all. But look, you know what I mean? Like, you had two trains like heading straight towards each other, and no one pulled the lever to move the one train off the track. And so now we just have a multi-car pileup, and it's just a mess. I wish it was different. I wish I was covering something better. So
we'll see what happens here in six days, I guess.
6 days. Yeah, I'm gonna go out to dinner tonight, and that means they'll probably make a trade like right in the middle of it, just to.
No, they only do stuff like that on Sundays.
Come on, Manny, don't ruin Ham's date night.
There is nothing going on this. I mean, what do we got? The Pro Bowl, like
yeah.
I think who watches that?
College basketball. That's really about it.
I'm watching a movie.
Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna go see?
I'm watching it at home. I do not leave my house. I'm watching House of Gucci. I've been wanting to see that.
Yeah, my wife has wanted to see that one. And now it's available for streaming, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. All right. I might do that this evening. There you go.
Yeah. There it is.
Sweet. All right.
All right. Well, appreciate you, James, and appreciate everybody else. Thanks for hanging out. Hit the thumbs up before you go. It was a great week over on the stream, and it'll be a big week next week, or it might be a big week leading to nothing. Who knows? We'll see. Thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see y'all on Monday.
Holla.